everybody, and welcome to PGS Tracks. I am your host, along with my co host, Julian. Julian, how are you today?
I am very excited for this last episode of Picard. How about yourself, RM?
I am so pleased as punch. I can't even tell you how excited I am, guys. We are here at this live watch party for Picard season 3, episode 10, the finale of season 3, guys. Um, we are going to be starting at the 13-second point, which will look like what will it look like? It'll look like the Star Trek symbol with a light. I'll show you. It'll look just like this, guys, where you see Star Trek. Um, in the episode. Um, Julian, without any further ado, let's go ahead and hit play right now.
All right. Borg.
Oops, I forgot to press the start for the timer. I love it. Okay, let me see if I can do this.
Let me know if my audio gets too loud.
Sure. 10. Wherever you did you notice the formation of the ships together, Julian? Like it
Well,
looks like
I
formation.
the formation is kind of odd. I was trying to see if there was some sort of pattern there. I don't know. I maybe there was a pattern in there, but I don't know. I mean, there's a pattern, but I don't know what it's significant for.
Yeah.
Oh no, President Chekhov!
Yes. I only just got that. God, I'm loving these leather jackets they're wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, man, they've got to make those for us.
Um, we'll talk about that later. About the jacket.
How do you stop a signal that people are receiving because of DNA in their bodies?
Well, first you stop the transmitter.
Gee, it's huge. I knew there was something up about Jupiter, Julian.
The company, The Hero Within, has shown a preliminary try at that jacket.
Excellent. I'll be
Yeah.
picking it up. That formation, Julian, please, do you not notice it?
Well, I notice it. I just don't know exactly what it's supposed to be.
It's shaped like
I don't know if it's like Borg letters or something like that.
it reminds me of like enzymes, the way that some enzymes are shaped. I could be wrong, but um it's very specific. Wow.
Huh.
Can they set up the bridge somewhere else? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, these leather uniforms they are rocking this.
Oh yeah, they're
I'm
awesome.
gonna have to get like every single one of these jackets. Star Trek in leather. Yeah, I didn't know that. It's like he's being used, Julian.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she kind of looks like Amanda Plummer-ish.
He's messed up. Yes. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Wow.
Go Beverly.
Data could. Yeah. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah.
I love this. I mean, this is like something out of Fantastic Voyage.
Yeah. Now my question is why would they anticipate having weapons inside the cube?
I don't know.
Oh shit. Mm.
Well, that's quite ironic.
There it is.
Yes. Go for it. Hmm. Decisions.
Needs of the many.
Oh dear.
Jack, this uniformity of will, perfection is an evolution. This is that. It's happening. Always very different. Hundreds can have fun with people this way, so they never see the real you. I was the same. I joined some. I didn't have it. Didn't have it. I found it. Something wrong. Waiting. Waiting. Waiting to die. This is very cool. Let me be. Surround. Carry. This is where I belong. We're out of time. This is okay. Now, how did it be? It's a fine doing.
You tell him, Worf.
Two. To the end. You have changed me. You were born and you died. The time is over. And I knew you would somehow survive. You keep different. Change.
It's not alone.
No, I'm not alone.
Oh, a manual pickup. Tractor
Nice.
beam? Oh, okay. See ya. Oh man. Hugs all around, everybody. Can't you feel the love tonight? What? 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 Hmm. Ooh. Wow. Tuvok. Aw. Bring it in. Bring it in. Oh. Really? Oh no. Mm. Okay. Oops. Add to stream.
So I'm at the point where they just shut down the power on the Enterprise.
Okay.
Woo!
Wow. I like that. Hmm. There's an end credit scene, Julian.
Yes, I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay,
They're playing poker.
I wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too good. I don't even know what to say.
Well, as soon as I get there, I'll see if I can help you figure out what to say.
I'm mum's the word. I just am. Oh God, it's so good.
I'd fast forward to it, but it's always so finicky on the first view.
No, I understand. You need to watch them playing poker. Like you need to see that because I'd like to think that they're playing poker forever.
I'm watching the end credits right now as they play poker. That was the weirdest thing. The internet, it just, my box over here, I looked over and there was just one green light. I'm like, well, first I noticed that the screen had gone and I didn't see you. I didn't see anything. I didn't see me. I was like, uh-oh. And just as I was trying to text you, I realized, oh, I've got no internet. And the TV went off. You know, it's like, whoop, connection gone.
And guys, if you're watching, Julian and I are just finishing up the final episode, episode 10 of season 3 um, of Star Trek Picard.
Ah.
Now,
Oh boy.
I think Julian is watching the last few seconds, Robert.
oh,
Robert, how are you tonight?
I will give the floor to you. The real question is, what do you guys think?
Well, I think Julian has got the last few seconds. He had lost his internet connection while we were watching. Yeah, it's hard to describe in words. And first of all, thank you for the $100 super chat, Robert.
That's awesome.
Basically, I cost myself $30. It's fine. I was just so excited. I'm gonna send a super chat. I'm like, oh, it's this channel. I just lost $30. It's fine. That was exciting. Wait, you gotta let Julian finish.
Exactly.
Where's Julian at?
He's at the end credit. scene.
Well, yeah. Between you and them, I didn't really hear what Q was saying. So
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll watch it again. Don't worry.
So here's my question.
Mhm.
Now that it's done, I mean, it's been 8 months for me that that for all of the I've been accused of being a racist, homophobic, douchebag. I mean, my God, it's incredible. I've kept quiet.
Mhm.
I've not spilled the beans, and it's been hard. So for the two of you and all of our chat and everybody on the network, now is the time that I've waited for. Now it's all out there. I want to hear everyone else's opinions. I can't wait. Finally, I don't have to be alone. So the important thing is, what did you guys think?
Well, I have to be honest with you. I don't think I could have imagined a season as amazing as this one. I didn't have the imagination level in my brain to imagine what could be written for what seems to be a perfect season, and kind of a perfect uh conclusion to certain things, and yet continuation of a story that continues to go on in others. I don't think I could have put this together and come up with something so extraordinary as what we saw. This has like blown all of my expectations out of the window, and yet it feels quite modern and new, and familiar. I was not expecting to have all of these emotions. I feel like sound like Data. I wasn't expecting to have all of these emotions um during this season, and to be honest with
Me,
you,
I didn't either, by the way.
yeah, I to be honest with you, Robert and Julian and everybody in the chat and everything, this has been such a pleasurable experience that I feel like I've gone through everything. Like I've had the greatest climax and the saddest moments all in one season. Robert, this has been incredibly satisfying on every level that I can possibly imagine, and I was not expecting that. I wasn't expecting to have those everything satisfied in this way. It may be one of the most perfect seasons of Star Trek I've ever seen, out of the 30 something years I've been watching all these different. I'm not saying those other ones weren't good, but I'm just saying that this feels like they took the best of everything and put it into a season that is just indescribable. But that's how I would say that I've had the most climactic feeling of a Star Trek season I've ever had in my entire life.
Julian, what'd you think?
I was thoroughly. I enjoyed it the whole way through. As far as whole season's. I mean, I know it's truncated 10 episodes, but it was a complete season. It was the way the story was told through it. I mean, what tiny niggling plot holes people could come up with were nothing, because the rest of the story was tight and was meaningful and was touching the right, things that we could relate to, through it. So I was just tearing up, man, tearing up.
Well, look, I mean, here's the funny thing. For me, I Star Trek has meant so much to me in my own life for all kinds of reasons. I made a movie. The only movie I've ever made was about my obsession with Star Trek. And it was not, professionally, starting in Star Trek, starting in 2009, I developed a hatred for the very franchise that I loved, because the people that were in charge of it didn't understand it, and they honestly bastardized it. And I didn't. I hated Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2, and the only reason that I was interested in seeking out this is I was having lunch with Doug Drexler and a couple of other people, and he showed me a picture of the Enterprise D bridge. And what's funny is, at the Star Trek Experience that I worked on to make that, my name was on the arch, the tactical arch. It was in that attraction. I could go to Vegas and see my name on that thing. And I was like, "What is this?" And Doug Drexler goes, he told me we rebuilt the bridge of the Enterprise D. I'm like, "Come on, what?" I didn't believe it. And so suddenly my interest was piqued. And then I was able to see the third season. It was unfinished, but I got to see all 10 episodes. And I literally cried probably 3 or 4 times. I'm not a crier. I'm not an overly emotional dude, but it was involuntary tears. It just fell from my face. Like when Kirk was first. I saw Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan 4 times at the John Dance Theater when it opened, the day it opened, June 4th, 1982. And I had involuntary tears every time when Kirk said, "Of all the souls I've encountered in my travels, his was the most human." I mean, involuntary tears. This series, I teared up multiple times, probably 6 or 7 times throughout the episodes. And what's interesting is, why the question to ask is, why is that true? This is Star Trek's greatest hits. It's very pulp sci-fi, Tom Clancy, techno thriller. But the thing that this season of Star Trek does so well is you love these people. It is written so well. It is beautifully performed by these actors. They were archetypes in TNG. Now they've become real, full-blooded, fully fleshed out humans. You love them so much that the performances and the writing makes you believe, man. And you don't even know that you're in it. I mean, when Ro Laren talks to Picard, I was crying. I mean, literally, because I love Preemptive Strike, the penultimate episode of TNG. It was. And this whole episode, this whole thing, Data being left behind, and when Worf says there are 2 things Klingons don't want to say: defeat and farewell. Come on, man! I'm getting teared up again. I'm gonna get all emotional again. I don't know. What did you guys think?
Loved it.
I just think that it was profound because the writing was top notch. It was profound because the performances were top notch. It was profound because the execution of what we saw production wise was top notch. And it was profound because these were genuine emotions. I think that the actors also had here performing as these characters. We already know that this cast really sees the significance of playing these roles, and that comes through as we're seeing these performances as well. We also are seeing a lot of realistic interactions between parents and their children,
Absolutely.
between crew members, experiences of individuals who are trying to figure out where they belong in Starfleet, let's say, where Seven of Nine was looking to find where she belonged, and so was Jack.
By the way, how great was her story?
Yes, and I think that, the journey of seeing her grow from the first moment that we saw her to now, certainly needed to be concluded, because she was such an important, and is still such an important character. We're seeing some very important things that, I'm not going to say were neglected, but didn't have the right type of continuation in the timeline for us. And a lot of wondering about what was to become of these characters was always in our minds and in our hearts. And now seeing what we've seen this particular season, we can actually kind of go on and be okay with what the future will hold, and the notion of what their legacies are and how they feel about being together, and having what's essentially one of the riskiest jobs in the galaxy, but knowing that the sacrifices were worth it. There's a lot involved in this, and it's more than just kind of like, well, this is what happened to this person, and now we know. I mean, a lot of this has to do with the fact that many of us have also grown so much since the first time we've watched that first Star Trek episode, and had experiences like this in our own lives. And it becomes one of the most relatable series maybe out there now, because we are seeing these experiences and these characters in our own lives too. I think it was um, very important for us to see certain things of, whether or not uh, decisions were right or wrong. And sometimes there isn't a right or wrong answer. Sometimes it's a decision that you make at that moment, and it's the best decision you can make. But there is no right or wrong answer sometimes, and that's real life. That is truth, truthful living. It's not, a fantasy that we're creating. It's the truth, and these types of things do happen in real life. And I think they've managed to fit that into a science fiction aspect that certainly explores even more than what we could have hoped for. It started off with this witnessing of a new life form, which is what the original goal of Star Trek is, to go and boldly seek out new adventures.
I mean,
Start off with that, in a
it
sense.
also calls back to Encounter at Farpoint, the first. I
Yes.
mean, one of the things, I mean, I do not deny the fact that this is a Star Trek's greatest hits show. But, when people go through their lives, they repeat certain experiences, they repeat certain things because they're drawn to those things. And what I really loved about this is that Encounter at Farpoint, the pilot episode of TNG, gives us a birth and a romance between a spacefaring life form that love one another, and they're just trying to get back together. And
Yes.
then this show it harks back to that by birthing a different life form, but a spacefaring one. And it reminds us what is the awe and wonder of the universe. And the thing about the Borg and the thing about the next generation is this idea of being assimilated has never been more important than now. Ideologically, our young people, but because of social media, hey, it might not be the Borg Queen, but it's your fucking phone. You are being assimilated by ideology, by collectivism, by all of this stuff. And what Star Trek has always espoused is the idea of individuality. The fact that individuals that have different points of view can work together to create something better than the sum of their parts. Collectivism, when everyone thinks the same way, you'll die. You'll be consumed by the collective. You'll wind up as dead drones on that horrible Borg ship because it leads to nowhere. Family, emotion, love, that's what matters. Collectivism and it's work. It's hard work. And all of our crew have lived great lives where they've sacrificed everything and they've lived hard, they've worked hard, and their individuality, the fact that they were not lazy, allowed them to triumph and save the universe.
And also save the ones that are dearest to them as well.
Yes,
You know,
and that was another great. I mean, yeah, how great is that family aspect of this show?
it's
Top notch.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Julian.
I just said it's top notch.
Yeah, it's incredibly satisfying to see Picard, do whatever he had to do, just like any parent would do for their child. Just like any parent would do this, to go after him, to make sure he's okay. And he was willing to stay there with him if that's what it took in order for his child to be happy. It's so important for us to see that aspect and relationship of a father and son in the story, which I thought was incredibly touching and realistic. This is what happens day in and day out for parents doing things like this, sacrificing for their children, doing everything they can so that their children can be happy. I really was so touched. And I loved hearing Picard talk about how Jack changed his life. And you realized how important this relationship, even let's say for the whatever amount of hours he had or days, but we know going forward, this is changing his life in ways that he couldn't even imagine before Jack came around. And I thought that was so important for Picard to be lucky enough to have that experience. I'm so happy for him because I always felt sad for him in Generations when he, kind of felt, had this uneasiness, knowing he was kind of the last one and there was, no children at that point, so to speak. But seeing this beauty of this relationship that he has with Jack, it really was wonderful to see that. And I think people want to see more of that. People want to see these happy moments too. We know it's not all hearts and flowers, but we also need to see happy moments of families, doing things together, knowing and understanding what a family unit is. This really is demonstrating a lot. And I think there's a lot of lessons too out there for people to see. Yes, we're not flying around in the galaxy, but the responsibilities of being a father and a parent, and seeing that here in Star Trek, my goodness, the notion of how we see so much of this crew putting everything on the line to protect one another and sacrificing. It's just so wonderful to see that. We have super chats. Robert, did you put in another super chat, Robert?
No, I only put in one.
Okay, because it's okay. It popped up again, and I thought, wow. Dustin Cole for the $5 super chat. We have so much to say about this episode. We haven't even begun to talk about this episode and about the series. I can't even begin to tell you.
I'd also like to talk about the what Alex Kurtzman and Paramount Plus did to undermine this triumph. And it's really gross, and I'm very upset about it. But we'll talk about that later.
Well, Dustin Cole for a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Dustin Cole. We so appreciate it. Says, does the Q end credit scene mean there is definitely more to come? Awesome season of Trek.
No. As a matter of fact, I would say that if you look at the fact that this week, with the triumph of Picard Season 3's ending, 10 theaters across North America had an IMAX screening. What has Alex Kurtzman and Paramount Plus, I'm at their behest, what have they done? They announced a Star Trek Section 31 movie, and today they drop a trailer for Strange New Worlds that bastardizes both Kirk and Spock in the trailer. I would say that, my God, here we have a triumph of what Star Trek is, and the very people that control it, Secret Hideout, Alex Kurtzman, and Paramount, did everything they could to undermine this triumphant moment. Why? Hey, why'd you have to like drop a trailer? That Star Trek Strange New Worlds trailer is an unbelievable bastardization of Star Trek. And what they did to Kirk, and Spock in that trailer is it's unconscionable. And why they did this, they have a huge Star Trek Picard cracks the top 10 in streaming. These are petty, horrible people, and they do not deserve this franchise. Alex Kurtzman waltzed into this. He's made a lot of fucking money. And you know what? I would say that if they couldn't wait, if you're really secure in your position, if you're not you don't have to undermine other great creators. But you know what? There's an egomaniacal, very money business, whatever. The fact that they announced a Section 31 movie and that they dropped the Strange New Worlds trailer today, says everything you need to know about the current stewards of the Star Trek franchise. They are fucking awful. And the fact that they undermined the joy of what Terry Matalas and his very close collaborators did. You know what? When you look at the with a looming writers' strike and people wondering with HBO turning it into HBO Max or Max, it is really interesting to see a really petty, gross, insecure, ridiculous over the last 2 days. We have our Academy Award winning Michelle Yeoh. We're gonna make a movie called Section 31. You've already destroyed that whole concept, which is you never got it in the first place. And here's like Kirk's like stuck in a revolving door, and Spock doesn't know what to say when he's supposed to have his does he has a catchphrase on the Enterprise? Fuck you. You guys don't know what the fuck you're doing, and you stole the thunder.
And he was smirking at the same time as he was trying to figure out what he was going to say.
The people that control Star Trek are everything that is wrong with our modern pop culture. They really are. And you know what? Terry Matalas, he had to fight against a lot of things. And you know what? He stuck it out and gave us this season. And what's interesting is he has nothing to do with Star Trek. No one hired him. I mean, he did what he did, and he's gone. And now they're making a Star Trek series with the showrunner of Nancy Drew. They've announced this. Just let's wrap our heads around this. The showrunner of Nancy Drew is the showrunner of Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Now, I'll calm down. No, I'm just saying that's where we're at. And it's about rivalries and first loves. I mean, my God, read the actual announcement of Star Trek Nancy. Pardon me, Star Trek, not Nancy Drew. Star Trek. No, it's Star Trek. Read what they said it's going to be about, and look at what these 10 episodes have done. My God, you wonder why people are like, why aren't they making any money? My God, the people at CBS and Paramount. Remember, J.J. Abrams, go back and look at any interview he did when Star Trek 09 was coming up. I never liked Star Trek. Yeah, and you know what? That ethos is still controlling this franchise. You know who loves Star Trek? Terry Matalas. And by the way, Star Trek Picard Season 3 stands alone. Watch it. You know, what do you guys think, Julian? This is your show. I'm just an interloper.
Well, first, maybe this. I gotta show you. We're rocking we're rocking right there. Yes, it stands alone, and it, veering off to another franchise, I find myself thinking lately that Andor has set such a high bar for Star Wars, on Disney Plus, and everything else is like so far below it. It's kind of hard to enjoy some of the other stuff that we're being given, and it's the same with Trek, where we have really tight story writing and meaningful story writing and storytelling and it's surrounded by Drek for the most part.
Well,
Um,
the funny thing about it is there's no one at the studios that understand how much money they're actually losing. This is what I don't get. Like, Terry Matalas created this kind of a season of Star Trek where budgetarily, aside from the obvious fees he had to pay to the principal cast, he was budgetarily compromised. And as I even tweeted out earlier today, like, Star Trek is a niche IP. And the only way to do it, like the J.J. Abrams crew wanted to make $200 million movies that they expected to make $1 billion. Well, they never made $1 billion because they never connected with audiences. They're fine. But no one, like the J.J. Abrams Star Trek films did not make. Transformers movies made $1 billion. Star Trek barely made 500 million. They never earned out. And the reason they didn't earn out is because the people that made those movies were making business decisions. They took over a franchise and they thought, like, oh, just like they thought, if we make C-3PO's arm red, I can benefit from all the action figures that I'm going to sell. But the fact is, hey, JJ, no one bought a C-3PO with a red arm. The franchise thinking is amazingly ridiculous. Terry Matalas was a guy that they'd given up on Star Trek. He comes in and they're like, Terry, I'm Alex Kurtzman. I'm going to go make Man Who Fell to Earth, and Michael Chabon's going to go do Secret Policeman's Other Ball, and Akiva Goldsman, I'm going to go make the Vegas show version of Star Trek and do Strange New Worlds. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, my God. I'm going to have a handsome dude with his sexually ambiguous hotties. Whoa.
He is really hot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying. I mean, so Alex Kurtzman goes and does his thing. Akiva Goldsman has James T. Kirk hung up in a revolving door. You know what? Fuck you, and fuck the horse you guys rode in on. Hey, your Academy Award? I mean, I get it, but your Star Trek fucking sucks, Akiva Goldsman. You suck, and you should be taken away. You steal from female science fiction writers. You steal their shit. You destroyed Balance of Terror. Fuck you. Sorry.
And Silver Scale for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Silver Scale, for the generous super chat. Says, really enjoyed the live chat. Thanks, host and chat, for the hand holding. Great season. Well, thank you, Silver Scale. We love that you all 156 of you who are here now, and guys who watched along with us tonight. We so appreciate all of you for being here. It is wonderful that you are here. Sanjuro for the $5 super chat says, inspired. Thank you. At the Burnettwork crew and chat, this was an honor. Pours more champagne leaning against the wall. Well, Sanjuro, here's a champagne toast to you and to everybody in the chat, everybody watching at home. We absolutely agree. This was an honor to watch such an amazing season of Star Trek Picard season 3 with you. This has been really a very unique series as far as I'm concerned. I haven't seen anything like it. I wonder if we're going to see anything else like it going forward. For a $20 super chat from Life Mastery Mindset says, I too got emotional several times. The awesome Enterprise action scenes, the goodbyes. As a father myself, The father-son moment got to me. And Seven's promotion, so good. This is why I love Star Trek. Now, Q, life mastery mindset. So many good points and so many
Yes.
wonderful emotional moments. And the action scenes were amazing, Julian and Robert. I haven't seen this cool action like this in a while. Very innovative and unique things. And the goodbyes, too. Um, really got to me. I'm not a parent, but it got to me. Um, Seven's, rightful place after what, 25 years, Julian? Service, like she's been in service for a long time. Um, this is why we love Star Trek. Two life mastery mindset, and only goodness knows what's going to happen with Q. We also have Journey's End for the 9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Journey's End says, are there any updates or rumors whether or not a Star Trek legacy could actually happen? Is there a chance Kurtzman keeps Trek to himself and ignores the praise of Terry Trek? Um, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, Journey's End. That's what Rob was telling us. That's probably exactly what's going to happen. They don't recognize, the gems that they have that could really make their franchise sing, and so shine. Get my metaphors right. But yeah, it's unfortunate. But as far as Seven, oh my gosh, she's one of my favorite characters. To see her growth, and,
How
and
great
that's
was
one.
that?
Yeah, one of the wonderful things about seeing that and seeing how the characters were handled, seeing how they're not just those archetypal characters anymore. That they grew, that they became something better, something more. That they evolved as actual 3-dimensional characters, and this was something that um, marks Deep Space Nine as why it is such a great series too. That the characters were allowed to evolve in how they felt about things that they encountered in their life. They weren't just static, and that needs to happen more often, and to create good science fiction.
I agree, and that one of my favorite things about Deep Space Nine was that it was a father and son together, on this space station, and it seemed really cool and hip to me as far as I'm concerned. It's like they're on the space station, and the sky's the limit of experiences and possibilities on that space station together. They had so much chemistry together as a family, and it was just so wonderful to see both of them grow through the whole thing. I absolutely love Deep Space Nine for that reason and many other reasons. Um, Tom Jr. Jackson, who is our moderator, my collaborator, and very good friend, Tom Jr. Jackson. We are all good people who has been here for the hour and 37 minutes. Thank you, Tom, as always, for everything. Says bringing Chekhov into it was wow, but the moment between Jack and Picard made me cry and miss my dad a bit.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Um so I made a movie 25 years ago with William Shatner, and my father, my dad, who took me to all the Star Trek movies, and I had to put him in it. So he plays a bartender in this movie, and there's a moment where he and Shatner share a cigar. But while we were making the film, my father did not quite understand. Like, for him, it was weird. I said, look, I'm making a movie, and he was like, okay, like, because I'd made Super 8 movies in my kitchen with my mom, and I used chocolate frosting to be a creature that came out of the sink and stop motion animation. My dad's like, okay, you're gonna make a movie, and I'm like, yeah, I want you to be in it. And I flew him out to LA, and I took him to a set, and it was we were in a club. There's 100 extras, and William Shatner was there. Like, my dad's like, that's like Captain Kirk. Like, I'm like, Dad, I explained to you I'm making a movie, and I wrote you a part. And he's like, but that's like really Captain Kirk. I'm like, I understand. And he was like, but I have to talk to him. And I go, I know, but you're gonna teach me what you're gonna do what you taught me. You can talk to anybody. You can walk into any room, no matter where you are. You kind of stroll in with your hands in your pockets, and you kind of walk up and you kind of go, "Hey, how are you? I'm Richard." And that's what you taught me, man. And that's what you're gonna do. And so my dad, I have a picture of this. My dad, we're blocking the scene, and my dad always had cigars, and he always had cigars. And Shatner says, he called my dad Dick, because Richard Dick. Shatner's like, Dick, can I have one of those cigars? My dad's like, absolutely, Mr. Shatner. He's like, Bill, call me Bill. Okay, Bill, here's and my dad gives one of his cigars to my hero, my idol. So I got my two idols, my dad and William Shatner, smoking cigars that my dad gave to Shatner. And it's hard to explain as I get called a racist and a homophobe and on Twitter, which I was today a lot. I think about the fact that, you know what? All of you people that are calling me ists and why I love Star Trek, my father gave William Shatner a cigar that he smoked on the set of a movie I wrote and cut about my love of Star Trek. And you know what made me love Star Trek? This season of Picard. I've hated Star Trek for the better part of 15 years, and this brought me back. I love this season. Loved it because it was about fathers and sons. It was about mothers and fathers, mothers and sons. It was about families who had lost sons and Riker's despair at losing a child. And then the cosmic wonder of the universe brought him back. There's so much good stuff in this. There's so much Star Trekian stuff. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. But you talk about the family and the fathers and sons, and I mean that touches me as well because for me and Trek also, me and my father, that's one of the things that I always have a wonderful memory of is watching Trek with my dad. When I was growing up on Mercer Island and that
where we both grew up.
Yes, where we both grew up. Yeah,
the Dragon at Island Park, man. Come on.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that park with the Playboys out in the the forest. I remember looking for those too.
Well, they were there. You just had to go by the. You had to go down the thing. I could show you. You and we should fly to Seattle and make a video.
We should.
I'll take you down you go down where the picnic area was, and I could show you exactly where the Playboy. You know what? They're probably still there.
But when the motion picture came out, that was one of the things. My dad was there in line with me and my friend John to watch the first showing at the Admiral Theater in Bremerton, and I remember my dad getting upset with my friend John because John and I had read, like Starlog and stuff like that. So we were surmising all sorts of things. My dad's like, shut up. I don't want to hear anything about the movie. I haven't seen it yet. Even going to see Galaxy Quest. I took my dad to see Galaxy Quest, and he loved it because he appreciated the whole, that was one. We didn't go fishing. We didn't, do that kind of,
Right.
no sports. We didn't do that kind of bonding, but we had a love of science fiction, and what we still do. I mean, he's still alive, but we read. He had all of his science fiction books, and he's like, you need to read these. They're here for you to read, and so Heinlein and Asimov and all
wish
that.
the writers of modern Star Trek have read the books you've read, because man, they'd understand sci-fi a lot more James T. Kirk does not get hung up in a revolving door.
Yeah, I saw that today, and my first thought was like, "Oh, Rob is going to just go
Don't you
ballistic."
know what? I was actually gonna do. I haven't done Robservations in like 5 days, and John's sponsoring them, and I'm like, I was so angry about the Strange New Worlds preview and what they did to Kirk and Spock. I honestly was so mad. I'm like, they don't realize that the vandalization of this kind of pop culture and it is really harmful. It really, and I was so angry. I'm like, this is so god awful, and I was so mad that I went and played with the puppies. I like cleaned up all the poop in their bin, and I climbed in with the puppies, and I just let 8 beautiful puppies climb over me, and I just sat there, and I was like, this is what I want. These puppies that love me, and I'm like, they're real creatures, and I'm like, the goddamn bastardization of Star Trek and intellectualism and science fiction and horribleness. That Strange New Worlds trailer, it really made me want to gouge out my eyes with a teaspoon. And send the bloody mess to Alex Kurtzman and go, you have allowed this to happen. You have bastardized. By the way, I don't know why Paramount allows it. That trailer denigrates Kirk and denigrates Spock, the core of Star Trek. And they make fun of them in that trailer. And it was like, I'm like, why would you allow anyone to do that? I honestly, the most rampant, ridiculous IP management ever. My God, on the same day that Picard season 3 opens in 10 IMAX theaters across America. Like, what kind of corporate messaging are you giving to your fan base and your shareholders? What you're telling them is there's no Strange New Worlds in IMAX theaters across America. There's only Picard season 3. Terry Metallis's Picard season 3 is sold out within an hour. And you're allowing these douchebag motherfuckers to make more Star Trek? Why? Why are you doing this? How is that, as an investor in Paramount and CBS, why is it you are doing this? Why would you undercut the climax of a triumphant season of your show and undercut it where you actually make fun of the foundational characters of your IP? What kind of corporate malfeasance is this? I mean, my God, as a shareholder, I'd say, like, fuck you. Sorry.
I'd have to say that it's natural that they're going to think that something like that is all right, because they already see Lower Decks as that type of poking fun at Star Trek itself. They see that being popular, and they think, well, we can poke fun at Star Trek because that's what our it's a popular show. We can do this because that's how our people see the show. I mean, it's flimsy, but I could see somebody looking at that and going, well, they like this, so maybe they'll find this kind of funny too. It's a laugh. It's just a TV show,
It's all I can say is that, look, Star Trek has been always, for 57 years, the most misunderstood and mismanaged IP in all of entertainment history. All you do, it's a second-rate franchise, and no one's ever figured it out. But by God, why not let Terry Metallis and his great team of collaborators, many of which you can watch on this channel on the Kurlan Nescas, the Picard After Show that we've done. We've had many of the great writers, Terry himself, Todd Stashwick, right here on this channel. We have celebrated what they've done, not denigrated other modern Trek. But my God, those people are petty fucking douchebags. And I'll say it. Because why would you possibly talk about, oh, we have an Academy Award winner, Michelle Yeoh, coming to do Section 31 2 days before your finale in 10 theaters across America? Why would you do that? How about put those announcements on the tag of Star Trek Picard Season 3? It's almost like, what are you doing? Undercutting your top 10 streaming show? Why are you doing this? Why? Because you are petty, talentless fuckheads. And by the way, if you want to like clip this out and put it here's what I'll say. The current stewards of the Star Trek franchise are petty, talentless fuckheads that they have their names on things that are successful, but that's not enough for them. Give me the Terry Trek trilogy that I talked about on Twitter. Make it happen. You'll make a lot more money than J.J. Abrams' Star Trek movies or secret hideouts continuing bastardization of your IP. How about that? Is that good?
Yes.
Man, it's so frustrating.
Well, we have another super chat from Scott Bartholomew for $5. Thank you so much, Scott. We do appreciate it. Scott says, Rob, just been watched all 3 seasons of For All Mankind. Total badass. Can see how this would easily transition into Trek.
Well, for those of you who don't know, I've always said that For All Mankind, which, by the way, was co-created by Ron Moore, who began his TV writing career in the 3rd season of TNG. He wrote a spec script called The Bonding, which is not a great episode, but he used that and he parlayed that and wrote All Good Things, co-wrote it, wrote the Klingon arc, did some of the best Star Trek, and then also co-created with David Icke Battlestar Galactica. Ron Moore is an incredible talent. And For All Mankind, I love it so much. As far as science fiction on TV, I think For All Mankind, which is an alt history thing, to me, For All Mankind, and Ron Moore has said this, is the origin of the Star Trek universe. It's really, really good. Can't wait for season 4 to start.
And Darth Plato says for a $5 super chat, hello, Darth Plato. How are you? Hope you are well. Darth Plato says, so there's no threesome? I thought that's what the end credit was going to be. Now, Darth Plato, you must have done the super chat for me because as far as I'm concerned, Worf has always held a special place in his heart for Deanna. And I think that he knows, he still cares very much. Well, how could you not love Deanna? But to be honest with you, I think he knows exactly how to push Riker's buttons. And I love seeing him push them again and again and again and again. And I think Riker loves the fact that Worf even pays him any attention in that regard, and specifically in regards to Deanna situation. So they have a deep friendship, but also he knows he can kid around with him and joke around with him. It was just funny. I think Worf knows exactly what he's saying to get the perfect reaction at sometimes the funniest moments in the season.
You know, modern Star Trek says that Klingons have dual penises. That's actually true. And if you actually think about that, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I mean, just in terms of the mechanics, that would never evolve that way. But modern Star Trek will tell you that. And my question is, like, what if you can only get one of them up? What do you do? I mean, so modern Star Trek is, thank God for Picard season 3, because the writing in this show is so god awful. And my God, watching the trailer for it's by the way, everybody should be incensed that loved season 3 of Picard. When you're given the Strange New Worlds trailer, you should all look at that and go and get upset and be like, why is it you're giving us this drivel, this reductionist, childlike, stupid, infantile bullshit after having the emotional response we had for Star Trek Picard Season 3? The fact is, why are they allowing this to happen? Why? Because they don't know better. It's not good.
And Life Mastery Mindset for a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Life Mastery Mindset says, Rob is not wrong. Paramount or Alex K hasn't even seemed to acknowledge Terry's success. It's ridiculous. And I have to agree with this one. It's almost as if it didn't happen for them. Every time they see Picard season 3 pop up in their stream or an announcement, they just pretend like they didn't see it. It doesn't exist to them. And it is kind of bewildering that such a successful show that people will watch and rewatch and continue to discover for years to come is just something that in their mind, they have to block it out. They have to ignore it because it's what they wanted to achieve but have not been able to, I guess. But I think you make a good point. Life Mastery Mindset. Thank you for this $5 super chat.
Well, the thing is, they hired Terry. I mean, Secret Hideout and Alex Kurtzman control the Trek franchise. They hired Terry and allowed him and supported him to make what he made. I mean, it's like, it's a win for everybody. But the fact that like when you how about, why do you have to announce the day before, 2 days before, your Section 31 show that's so ill-conceived and stupid? They never watched Deep Space Nine. They think the Section 31's the CIA. It's MI5. It's Mission Impossible. Yeah. No, it's not, you dumb fucks. You never watched any of Deep Space Nine. You don't even know what it is. And by the way, you ripped off a Star Trek writer's book, David Mack, one of the great Star Trek novelists, who wrote a Section 31 novel that you stole. You flat out, the second season of Discovery, stole it. Just flat out stole it. Whatever.
Well, Son of John has a $2 super chat. Thank you, Son of John. It's actually two of them. Says, I'm back and the trial never ends.
How great was that? Come on. How great was that?
And Son of John for a second $2 super chat. Thank you, Son of John. So generous. Says, Rob has been holding this in and finally, LOL. Robert, you must have such a great feeling of release.
Well, you and I have been streaming for a long time. I'd like to say that I have a great respect for you as an intellect, as a fellow fan, as a woman, and as a daughter. I have great honor and respect for you. And you have had to put up with a lot from me. You're like, I don't know what he's going to say at any one moment. But I would say that our Midnight Musing show with you, me, and Lael, I really like the fact that I do think we elevate the discourse. And of all the shows, it's really interesting to have watched it grow up to like 8,000, 10,000 views for the channel. It's great because I do think that we have a great time talking and our dialogue adds to the conversation because we don't talk about Star Trek. If we did, I would pop off. We can talk about, I know Lael has a lot of thoughts about the Mandalorian finale, which we will talk about tomorrow night, which I can't wait to talk about because I have thoughts. And here's the thing. Flights of Fancy, TV shows, movies, comics, whatever, video games should be about joy, should be about love, and should be about Flights of Fancy are all about what inspires us to be better human beings. Entertainment should make us joyful. There's no reason why we should hate all of this. But we now live in a world where all of our joyful IPs are controlled by corporate interests that by definition don't know where that joy comes from. And that's my objection, is that Star Trek has become a transactional IP where we make shows and we'll make fun of Kirk and Spock in 2 minutes. Like, I watched that new Strange New Worlds trailer, and my only Sebastian, who jumped up and grabbed a dog toy out of the air, stopped me from shattering my beautiful 65-inch OLED TV, because it is a bastardization of a philosophy that's worked for 57 years by people that are they're perpetrating corporate malfeasance, and they are not going to make money because they are destroying the IP that they are in control of. That's just me.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Robert. I feel the same way about you. And it's true, we don't speak about Trek enough. And, there is so much to say about Trek, even beyond, this season. And guys, for those of you who are watching, Julian, myself, and Robert, we're going to continue to talk about Trek here on PGS Treks continually. The season is ending, but we are not stopping the Trek talk. It will continue into perpetuity as long as this channel exists. We will be covering many more topics and many more things to come. And of course, we haven't even scratched the surface of what we want to talk about tonight in this finale and this incredible season 3 ending for Picard season 3. I did just want to let all of you know that we have another super chat from Sam Fisher for a $5. Thank you, Sam. Thanks so much for that. We appreciate it. Sam says, it's fitting this ended with a Death Star trench run. Can we please get this Sev, Rafi, and Jack spinoff? And what happened to the Enterprise F?
All part of the same conundrum. Let's that's why there should be, it's very funny when you come to the end of the show. Let me ask you this. We should do a poll. Wait, can I do a poll?
Oh, you want to do a poll now?
Can we do a poll?
Yeah, I can do it if you want.
Here's the poll.
Okay.
Would you like to see a continuation of Picard's season 3? Actually, how about this? Would you like to see an Enterprise G series? Or the other end is, do you want to see Starfleet Academy?
Okay. Enterprise G versus Starfleet Academy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know where I vote.
Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get in here. Video link. Oops, sorry. Okay. All right. Enterprise G. Second.
One might say that the Enterprise G hits the spot.
Oh, it does. Wow, I
it.
never thought about that, but by God, Julian, good on you, sir.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna steal that right now. I'm gonna be like, yeah.
Enterprise G versus Starfleet Academy. Or Starfleet Academy. Okay, so which one should this one should be? Enterprise G.
Are we supposed to make the assumption that Raffi and Seven have rekindled their?
No, that was a dumb thing. Seven was just exploring the human experience.
I don't think they would have chosen each other just between you and I.
Yeah. I never. That was just like, let's just throw this together.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Look at that. Yeah.
I hope that's what you wanted.
Oh, I'd have to go to YouTube to look.
In a world.
Okay.
The Death Star. Look, it was not lost on me that Star Trek Picard season 3 drew on a lot of things we've seen before, but I think by necessity. Star Trek itself, the original series, drew on like Balance of Terror, Run Silent, Run Deep. The Star Trek was an amalgamation of stories that came before it that were repurposed into a science fiction fantasy context. So it didn't bother me. I love seeing the Enterprise D fly into the middle of a Borg cube and wreak havoc and beam our heroes up. Fantastic.
It was stunning, and I am gonna get to the next super chat here. Wow, we have a lot of super chats. Just give me 1 second, guys. I just clicked. I had made the screen smaller and then minimize and maximize, and it kind of reset where I was in the chat. So I want to mention that the Ray Infinity Show for a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ray Infinity. Very kind of you. What's the better movie and why? Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, or The Godfather?
Godfather.
Yeah, The Godfather is a better movie.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And thank you, Lord of the Rings, Ray Infinity Show for the $5 super chat. It's very generous. And I do want to acknowledge Dustin Cole for a $50.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Super chat. Wow, Dustin, thank you so much. That is so generous to the channel. We appreciate it so much. We know that that's a lot of money for you to send our way, and we do appreciate it. Thank you. Dustin says, Rob, you are so right about Star Trek and the emotions that come with it. I can honestly tell you I wouldn't be alive today without it. Trek literally gave me something to live for during a very depressed and suicidal time in my youth. Trek saved my life.
Dustin, we're glad that you're here with us.
Yeah, Dustin, I would say this. I mean, I think Star Trek for me from a very young age taught me about the awe and wonder of living. And sometimes we get overwhelmed by the experiences of life, which we put so much importance in. But what we need to remember is the fact that life itself is the simplicity of it, the awe and wonder of our universe. And like I talked earlier tonight about just driving behind a bunch of hills I'd never driven behind. You can have a moment in time where you had no idea how much joy you can find in a very simple thing just by going over a hill you've never seen before. And I would say that what Star Trek taught me is that every person you meet and every moment you share with somebody can become something more than you could have ever imagined. A conversation with somebody you just met at a bar or on a street corner. There's so much to live for. And the thing is, our lives are going to be ended soon enough. And the real question is like, hey man, there are so many great moments we can have before we're going to be out of here, because all of us are going to be out of here. And the fact is, living is great. And when you meet somebody you've never met before, and you can have a conversation, and you can maybe share a glass of wine or something, you can feel the blood pumping through yourself. How great is that, man? That is awesome. And a lot of people don't stop and think. But you know what? Just standing in place. Do this tomorrow. Just walk outside, whether it's raining, whether it's sunny, just stop, plant yourself in one place, stretch out your arms, put your head up, And whether it's raining or sun, just stand there for 30 seconds or 60 seconds. Just stand there and just enjoy your physical self. Feel the sunlight, feel the rain. Just stop. And that's what Star Trek's about, man. And I'm glad you experienced that. Because you know what? As James Kirk said to, well, maybe this is not a good example, but as James T. Kirk said to our favorite starship captain from the Doomsday Machine, from Commodore Matt Decker, we are stronger with you than without you. We need you to be here. Of course, Commodore Decker slammed the shuttlecraft down into the maw of the Doomsday Machine and ended his life. Don't do that. Don't do that. And by the way, you don't have a shuttlecraft and there's no Doomsday Machine, so you can't do it anyway. What I want you to do is write me back and write our show back and write and Julian back 6 months from now and tell us what amazing things you've done, because you will do them. But we will, of course, monetize them, so come back to the channel. We need you.
Absolutely, Dustin. And I do want to say that certainly one of the things that Star Trek also gives us or shows us that there is always hope out there. So just keep that in mind. And I think that a show that inspires hope and tries to promote peace, which I believe Star Trek is one of those shows that tries to promote peace and resolution between conflicting ideas, often trying to bring people together. That's another reason why we love it. And I do want to say something else that I think was pretty important in this episode, with 7 of 9 not knowing what her evaluation that Shaw gave her. And I really love that they had, it's a video evaluation.
How great was that, by the way?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because the three of us know, and everybody in the chat knows, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of these Starfleet officers and Starfleet members on video in logs and different things like that. And I had kind of thought it would be interesting to see Ro kind of come back and see different things she's done through her logs, since it was so great to kind of see her come back. But how satisfying was it to see Shaw talk, very candidly and honestly about her? We just never know what that final evaluation will be until we see it. So don't ever lose hope in things that can be disappointments, Dustin. The community is here for you. We're all here for you. And we hope to hear from you again. And Star Trek presents hope because hope is real. It is real and it's always there. Be hopeful and enjoy life. And we're glad that you reached out to us tonight, Dustin. We're so glad. And we hope that you enjoyed this season 3. I'm assuming you have, Dustin. Thank you so much for the generous super chat tonight.
Thank you, Dustin.
And also, Dustin, I would say this. I mean, it's what's really important. This whole this YouTube channel. What's really interesting about this channel is that I might joke about it, but it's true. I mean, I really do believe everybody has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And the whole point of this channel is to give people a place to come and share their love of flights of fancy, to share their love of storytelling, to share their love of imagination pursuits, and the fact that you're still here with us is really important, man. And it's great to have you here. And remember, at any one time, your voice can be heard here, and we're here for you. So just remember, you can always reach out to us, and you can find me DMs on Twitter. You can find my email, whatever, if you want to talk, or if you want to come on the show. I mean, a lot of people they don't understand, but I bring rando people on the show after and Lael go away on Midnight Musings. I'll bring people on the show. If you want to come on the show, come on the show, talk about it. There's a whole community here of great people that will welcome you. And that's what's so great about the Post-Geek Singularity, man. So don't think that you're forgotten. Come on the show. Send me an email or ping me somehow. I'll bring you on. And you'll get a lot of people that will embrace you. Right?
Yes.
Absolutely. So
I know,
beautifully
right? It's
said.
cool.
Son of John for a $10 super chat. Thank you again, Son of John. So generous tonight. We appreciate it. Says to beat Kurtzman is not watch the new track. Do the old-fashioned letter writing
Nope.
campaign. Buy Picard 3 on media formats. Join me, not supporting Kurtzman. Bravo, Terry.
Well, you got to remember that it was Alex Kurtzman that allowed Terry to do this. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, there's no rivalry there. There's no animosity there. Alex Kurtzman wanted to go do his version of Man Who Fell to Earth. Akiva Goldsman wanted to do Strange New Worlds. So there was a big void, and they gave Terry Matalas the opportunity to step up. And he did a great job. But make no mistake, I mean, Terry did something that, by the way, they're all embarrassed by now. They thought this show was done, and that had no. There's a reason why they didn't do IMAX screenings of the end of Picard seasons 1 or 2. The real question is, why would they have a huge premiere that I was at, splashed out at the Chinese Theater with an unbelievable spread at the Roosevelt Hotel? The booze and the food, incredible. And then they made an IMAX event. If they don't quite, like, the real question is, why isn't Terry doing a new Trek show? I mean, my God, Paramount put more energy behind this than ever before. Like, whatever. Why are they announcing Strange New Worlds before this episode came out? Why are they announcing Star Trek Picard Section 31 or Star Trek Section 31? Why? Because, Academy Award winner Michelle Yeoh. I mean, give me a break. I'll bet you that doesn't even happen. Hey, maybe it will. Probably will. But you know what? It would not surprise me if Michelle Yeoh's people, her lawyers, her managers, get her out of it, because why would you win an Academy Award and go do a TV movie for a streaming show? Why would you do that? There are dogs inside here. I didn't know that there. Wow.
Well, we have Darth Plato for another $2 super chat who says, Menage, does it say Troy?
Yeah.
Menage a Troy. Lucky
Yeah.
girl. Not that Riker wouldn't be enough, but hey, you never know. Certainly not going to judge anybody for what they want to do there. Thank you so much, Darth Plato, because you know I absolutely love it. Winter Surfer for £1.
Pound 99.
£1.99. Yes, thank you so much. For £199, says, my passion for Trek has been reignited. Thank you all. You know, this is a very interesting question and something that's come up and has been debated, Julian, about how people feel after, perhaps there were some Treks that they did not care for. And now, after such a spectacular season with Picard 3, do you feel that your passion for Trek has been reignited? I know mine feels that way. How about you, Julian?
The only other thing I can, in talking about reignition of a fandom, I mean, it never really died out. It's just been living in despair and disappointment. to be inundated by the subpar stuff that we've been receiving. It, it's disappointment for me. I know that there are people out there who thoroughly enjoy what they are receiving as far as Trek. And part of me is like, yes, at least Trek is still out there doing its thing, But as far as like, I hadn't really Star Wars really hadn't done anything for me for years, and then there was the sale to Disney and talk of new movies and stuff. But before the sequels came out, Rebels came out, Star Wars Rebels, and a little bit into the first season, Yoda made his appearance on there, and I felt something I hadn't felt for Star Wars in a long, long time, and Rebels really did reignite my fandom for Star Wars, which had been mostly dormant since reading. The Thrawn books came out before the prequels, but see, the prequels had been kind of a disappointment to me. So yes, I felt that excitement, and the Clone Wars season 7, and especially when the sequels were such awful things, I just couldn't, I was like, what? So I had Rebels, and I still love a lot of newer things of Trek, so I can be excited about those things. I can be very excited about what Terry has created for this third season of Picard, and we are lucky to have it, and I love it, and I will watch it again and enjoy it. But I don't expect that we're going to be getting anything close to what he managed to do with this season, and that makes me kind of sad. I mean, I can still go and watch Lower Decks and maybe get a chuckle, and I can, perhaps you and I will be doing, PGS Treks will be covering Strange New Worlds, despite, the what we're gonna see, but it just doesn't feel the same, So I don't. It's not so much of a reignition as it is just an acknowledgement of a dear old friend.
Well said. Well said. Let me ask you both. I mean, Terry Matalas has no. He has nothing to do with the Star Trek franchise right now, and we know we're getting the Nancy Drew showrunner. Starfleet Academy, and we know we're getting Discovery season 5, which is done. Strange New World season 2, which is done, where Captain Kirk can't navigate a revolving door. Wow. I mean, my God. Please, people, great franchises don't make fun of your characters. Make humor situational humor where your characters aren't compromised. The situation makes something humorous. Please. And I watched a trailer today where you denigrate Kirk and you denigrate Spock, and women are laughing at them. And it's not because I'm some social justice warrior. I'm looking at somebody I really admired growing up, a fictional character that you have systematically destroyed because you do not like William Shatner. You do not like, I mean, I would ask you, we live in a world where apparently no one likes to get laid. There's no eroticism at all. Star Trek was a very erotic, very sexy show that was all about people, aliens. I mean, it was all about the eroticism of the human body and having some fun. Why do we live in a world where erotic pleasure is something to be shunned?
Yeah,
Star Trek was about an embracement of eroticism and I feel like I thought Next Generation was chaste, but my God, Star Trek fans are clearly, judging by my Twitter feed, the men on my Twitter feed have clearly never gone down on any woman, and nor would they know what to do. And that makes me sad because Kirk was a cunning linguist.
Oh, yes. And I had so much hope for Strange New Worlds because I thought that's what we were going to be getting, was a little bit more sexual activity, which is just natural that we would normally see anyway. And even nudity. I mean, they could have really made it more adult, something a little different, and maybe even explored different adult themes that we haven't seen yet.
I agree. I mean, I feel that Strange New Worlds is like the Saturday afternoon infantilization of Star Trek. I mean, it's all wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, why has our culture become so, I would say American culture, I don't think this is true in the rest of the world. Why has American culture become so, like, we are sexual infants all of a sudden? People aren't even getting laid. What the fuck? If you're on a starship, it's all about the fact that we get down, we get busy, we get our cheeks wet, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
Do the work.
there's a holodeck if you can't find like a flesh and blood partner. You know, we know what's going on in there. It's not a chaste environment where they're going on retreats and meditating and not speaking to anybody. That's not what happens on the holodeck. You know, and I think,
By the way,
you know,
what stays on the what happens on the holodeck stays on the holodeck, even though it's in the ship's computer. And by the way, whatever biological mess you make, it's already beamed out and assimilated and repurposed. I mean, when you have your ice cream sundae, just know what you're eating. Just understand, repurposed matter.
but something that was very interesting that happened during this season was the necessity to point out how the holodeck is needed, especially during tense
Oh my God,
situations.
so good! A new canonical use for the holodeck, so good.
Absolutely. I mean, I kind of wondered why it was there. I thought it was for a tactical reason to try out new types of scenarios, you know, kind of like how they train the officers. But it was completely different as a therapeutic resource, because
Fantastic, right? Really compelling,
it
interesting.
it was good. So, and only once do I remember Baylana had was on the holodeck. In fact, the whole crew was on the holodeck, and she had these two guys. She had one guy on each arm, and she's like, "I'll see you guys later. You know, I'm gonna go have some fun." And I thought to myself, how often do you see anybody even do something like that? Well, this is a starship, and this is, you know, an ideal situation. What we're aspiring to. I think one day we will get to a point where we can kind of see adult situations and adult relationships shown in an adult way, and not, you know, be scared to show the reality of the situation. So maybe one of these days we will get a series like that. But I thought that's what Strange New Worlds was going to be. That's what I thought that
Oh,
series was going to explore.
Strange New Worlds is an infantile Saturday morning cartoon version of Star Trek. It's basically one step away from the animated show, the original 1973-74, and this trailer. I mean, my God, the trailer for Strange New World season 2 was so god awful, and what they focused on was so like not understanding your audience, especially coming off of Picard season 3, where you have a father mourning the death of his son, and he was so consumed by it he had to leave his wife, the woman he loved more than anything else in the world, and he had to run away, and not until a cosmic event made him find his soul again could he go back. I mean, that's the Star Trek people want to see. And then you go back and you watch this infantile. I mean, the infantilization of Star Trek in the Strange New World season 2 trailer was, to me, offensive. Like, I'm offended by it. I look at this, people are like, oh, come on, Rob. No, because it signifies something much larger in our culture. It signifies that Star Trek is a fucking joke. That the people, that Akiva Goldsman is like, he probably thinks he's Captain Pike, I'm gonna have some great hair, you bald fuck, and you can like be fraternizing with a bunch of young hot girls. Captain Kirk is hanging out with Leon, like Khan Noonien sings. Like what? Oh my god! And the guy they cast as Kirk, no dispersions, but that guy looks like an accountant, not like James T. Kirk.
Yeah.
I hate
Well,
modern Star Trek
here's
so
the
much.
other thing, though. He is obviously hanging out with a descendant of Khan Noonien Singh, and you would think he's like now he's going to be spending even more time with her, and apparently we're supposed to believe that later on when he comes across their ship, the Botany Bay, he's not going to go, I
Look,
knew somebody with that name.
yeah, I mean, look, the entire idea of somebody adding a Khan Noonien Singh descendant onto Strange New Worlds, that alone, I was checked out. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. Fuck you, Akiva Goldsman. Fuck you and your Academy Award. To be honest, give me a fucking break. You are a creatively bankrupt individual. You are a fraudulent creator, and you've been given a franchise that you've run into the ground by your uncreative, horrible writing bullshit. And I'll stand by that. Clip this out, put it out on YouTube. I don't care, because I'll never, I met him. He was friends with one of my producers on Free Enterprise. I met him at a party one night, and we had a conversation, and I was like, wow, that guy's a monumental douchebag, because he doesn't really care about the work. He's whatever. I mean, and he has bastardized Paramount. There's nobody at the studio that can stop these people from bastardizing one of their most valuable IPs. I mean, on one hand, you have Chris McQuarrie, one of the smartest people I've ever met, and Tom Cruise making Mission Impossible films, which are concurrent to the Star Trek franchise. And then you have monumental, stupid, intellectual infant douchebags making Star Trek. And when you have a guy like Terry Matalas who comes along after, by the way, creating 12 Monkeys, which is an incredible use of IP, and then you like he's the guy that isn't making new Star Trek. My God, wow. You know what? There's a reason why streaming is losing money. Just saying.
Yes,
Because
and
Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman are making dumb Star Trek where Captain Kirk is hung up in a revolving door. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Who wrote that? Who wrote that? Who did that? That is the most disrespectful. That is actually taking your IP, the height of your IP, and turning it into a fucking joke. All the shareholders should demand you kill that contract. Fuck that contract with Alex Kurtzman. Fuck Bad Robot. Fuck Secret Hideout. What have they ever done that made you money? They have only ever lost you money.
bless you.
By the way,
Isn't it?
I know
Bless you.
it's true. I get angry, but they've never made the studio money. Ever. But they're locked into it. And by the way, if I'm wrong, show us the numbers.
Yeah, show us the receipts.
And we got a super chat from William Powell for $5. Thank you so much, William. We do appreciate it. It says, just finished watching. My hands were shaking at the ship reveal. Looking forward to talking with you Friday, Rob.
I promise I will be less angry.
And guys, Tom Jr. Jackson is reminding us that you can become a member of the Burnettwork for just 99 cents a month.
Hey, if you want to send $99, it'd be great.
I'm sorry, just for 99 cents a month. And then you can join the member calls which happen every 2 weeks here
We had a great
on the
one last
Burnett
weekend, by the
Network.
way.
Absolutely. And we also have merchandise that you can pick up as well. And we also have a Post-Geek Singularity Discord that you can join too. So please keep that in mind. And we have another super chat from Sledge for $1.99. Season 3 was brilliant. Loved how heroic they all were. Someone in the chat was asking some of the other chat members, which character do you aspire to be? And I think that when you have a show like this where you're asking questions like that, who would you like to be in the show? Who would you aspire to be? I think that there are so many characters that are like that, especially from the next generation crew, casting crew, and let's say their progeny. But I also, something that I think was kind of interesting, and you talked about some of the shows that have come out and have been disappointing. And I think Discovery could have been great if Burnham didn't have any association with anybody else. She could have just been a standalone character. She didn't need to ride anybody else's coattails.
Yeah, well, look, that was not how it was originally written. I mean, I would love the idea to see a show about the second in command, but from the very beginning, they wanted to make her not only. I mean, here's the reason why. I mean, Benjamin Sisko, a beautiful black man who has an incredible relationship with his son. Do you know what the one thing about Deep Space Nine I never thought about? I never thought about Benjamin Sisko as being a black guy. I thought about him as being a great commander, and then being a great captain, and being a great father. That was a great character, and by the way, a great emissary as well. And I never ever thought about Benjamin Sisko as a black dude. He was just a Federation officer on Deep Space Nine. And people forget, but even Jet magazine had him on the cover, and they talked about the fact that a single widowed black man who is a father to a son, and they talked about the depiction. I never even thought about this. It never even occurred to me. I would never even thought about it. But Jet magazine wrote a whole expose about how interesting is it that on American television you have a black man who has a great relationship with his son, a widowed man, and that's one of the great strengths of that show through 7 seasons. And no one ever mentioned their race, because nobody in the 24th century would care. When you are sleeping with alien species, nobody gives a fuck what color your pigmentation is if you're a human being. And one of the great things about Deep Space Nine is it truly is, if you look at it, the relationship that Ben Sisko has with Jake is not just one of the great father-son relationships amongst the black community. It's one of the great father-son relationships in television history. It has nothing to do with race. It has to do with fathers and sons. And my God, do they fucking nail it.
Yes.
That's why Star Trek is great, because no one has to say that, well, but their father. No, it's just about a father and son in the universe. That's all you have to say. Everything else is inherent in the depiction of that relationship. So good.
And we have Billy D. Shilliams for $1.99 super chat says, can't even watch the trailer for Strange Boo Worlds. Yeah, I know how you feel. Thank you very much for that super chat, though. And Life Mastery Mindset for a $5 super chat says, I love how Deanna finally didn't crash a ship. She did a badass maneuver to beam them up. She was wonderful in so many ways.
How great was she in this episode, by the way?
yeah, she was phenomenal in it, and it was wonderful how we got this balance. I wasn't quite sure how much we were going to see of Deanna, and it was wonderful, especially when she was talking to Data. These counseling sessions, and it's just wonderful to see. He knows that he's taking well, it's okay. He can do that and enjoy his time with Deanna because she's a lovely woman as well as a fantastic counselor too. So I think that relationship they have is great as well. She was wonderful in this, just so wonderful to see her. I really enjoyed it.
It was awesome seeing, the Enterprise swoop in above them
Oh my God.
like that. That's a shot that, you normally don't get to see in the show, and you get a very good, impression of feeling of how big, what it would be like to be standing under, looking up in the sky and seeing that up there above you. It's awesome.
So
Yeah.
good.
And that is very true. I hadn't thought about that, Julian. The production team in this series has done it's pretty much flawless, but it does feel very up to date. And I've been talked about the panels for a while, about the panels that they show at the end of the series of each episode, which are the same ones, but I really like that they kind of gave us that clue because, I watch these British murder mysteries, and some of them have these red letters, and the red letters will give you a clue. It'll spell out something that's important to the murder mystery, like Inspector Morse or Endeavor. And I thought this was very clever. It also is telling us that whoever did this season knows that we are a bunch of intelligent people who watch this show too. And we like puzzles and mysteries, and we like to figure out things that are scientific. We're science fiction fans. And that was such a treat for us to have access to panels that, I'm not saying previously we didn't have access to it, but we had greater access than we've ever had before.
Yeah.
It felt like we were part of the crew. It felt like we could solve this if we wanted to. There were people who were looking at the panels and speculating, well, this is what this looks like. And I'm like, this is very scientific to kind of show us something, an anomaly, a diagram, something that's specifically scientific based. And for us to come to conclusions on it, certainly does promote science and STEM, studies even in a way, in a show that I haven't seen before. Legitimately, that was real DNA codons, the three base pairs.
Yeah.
It was real. And I think that that's very important to show that science fiction really does often apply specific scientific principles and understanding of what it means to have a scientific process, building hypotheses. This really was amazing to see that approach. And it was important for us to see that because they know so many of us have that background. So many of us love science, and seeing that really, was a step up, something we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
There really is important information on those screens during the episodes. And Dan Candy for a $4.99 super chat says Rafi is the Trek. Oh boy, turd that won't flush. Good episode, President Chekhov. Hell yeah. I kind of liked Rafi, guys.
I do too.
I think she's coming to her own. And like I said, you can have standalone characters. They don't necessarily have to ride the coattails of anybody else. I think she could always be a great character. And, I think new character development is also important in shows like this. They need a supporting team, and I think having other actors who can show that the team is actually a lot bigger because they're working together on this. Nobody's working alone on this. What did you think, Robert, of the Rafi character?
Well, I would say this. I mean, I thought she was really undervalued and underwritten. I mean, literally, a woman of color was living in a trailer in the first season, and she was addicted to drugs. And I'm like, wow, for a woke show, I thought she was very underserved, put it that way. I thought her relationship with Worf in the third season, I thought everything she did as an undercover operative made me really like her. And for me, it's like, you have to understand it. For me, I don't care what color, shape, size anyone is. What I want is great characters and great storytelling. And I think they redeemed Rafi in this season. I liked her. They added how she wants to be ingratiated with her family again because she's missing her kids. And her husband, she knows she's done wrong. But man, her relationship with Worf was great. I loved it. And I really appreciated what these writers did to redeem her character. I thought it was great.
Yeah, and I also think she's a very talented undercover operative. That those were dangerous missions that she was doing, kind of
Yeah.
solo. She witnessed that first portal weapon. She witnessed
100%.
that, and she was terrified from that. I mean, can you imagine being the first person to witness such a huge weapon like that and not really even know what to say or to do? It must have been terrifying for her to have to deal with, and she's probably seen even worse. I mean, she's very tough, and I think she really showed that she has the ability to be part of the team.
And look, I would say, Dan, Rafi's Tractor that won't flush. I would say no. I would say that her conception originally was wrongheaded. I would say that this third season of Picard gave her something honestly to do, and I think it redeemed her. Is she the great Star Trek character she should be? No. She was created as a tokenist character. It was ridiculous. But what Terry Matalas and their writers did on this season, they made her relevant and they redeemed her character. And a relationship with Worf was delightful. It was good.
Yeah, she gave her a big old hug.
One of the things about creating her character in that first season, and they became. It seems like they were obsessed with saddling all these issues on top of her with the drug addiction and the family strife,
God.
and where she was living like she was on some sort of welfare, when you would think it's like, well, what, we're in the freaking Federation.
It was the most, by the way, the most racist, horrible, I mean, a Stepin Fetchit minstrel show ever.
But
they took this strong, powerful black woman that lived alongside and worked alongside Picard, and they made her a drug addict living in a trailer park. I'm like, I don't care what your politics is, but that is some fucking horrible, hateful shit. And it was embarrassingly bad. And she deserved better as an actress. She was Picard's right-hand officer.
But beside that, what those situations for her also insinuated about the state of the Federation. It's like how does that exist in the 25th century? It's like it's not even. I can't see it. I don't see it. It's like if you have problems like that in the Federation and in that particular time, then something is really rotten in the state of Denmark. And it's like, those are the problems we need to be looking at, not Picard obsessing over his guilt about Data. You
are 100% right. I mean, the treatment of Rafi in season 1 and season it is so terrible. I mean, and people talk about being woke or whatever. No one gets what that means. What Star Trek Picard season 1 did to Rafi was honestly the most racist, horrible shit I've ever seen in Star Trek. It was so god awful. And Michelle, she does a great job. I mean, she can only play what she's given. And they've turned her into a weird 20th century metaphor. It's fucking horrible what they did to her. And this is why all of these performance activists that are writing all this goddamn bullshit, they're like, "Well, no, you guys don't even know what you're writing. what they did to Raffi in the first season of Picard was, frankly, for me as a Jew, I was offended. She's not Jewish, but I was offended because it was so fucking racist and horribly written. And they like, I say that I hate modern Star Trek on Twitter, and the people are like, you're a racist homophobe. And I'm like, really? Am I? Is that what it is? Have you watched the show? Have you actually sat down and watched modern Star Trek? Because if you're just cosplaying, fuck you. Modern Star Trek, what they did, season 3 redeemed the character of Raffi that was relegated to a deadbeat, drug-addicted mother that lived in a trailer park. Wow. 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 Does anyone say anything about that? No. A strong black woman, drug addicted, living in a trailer park, that is a deadbeat mom. That was the character that they had Michelle Hurd play.
Yeah, it's not a good look. And, I also didn't like that she slapped Picard, like, for no reason. It was weird. Why is she slapping him or anybody at all? Why?
Well, because he's an old white dude.
Well, it was disgusting. I didn't.
Yeah,
like it.
I know. And God forbid, you might. We don't know each other that well, but I would say that maybe, in terms of matters of race, you might have some insight. I'm not. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but
yeah.
So like, I mean, I respect you as an intellect and as a person.
Yes.
And I don't speak to walking in your shoes, but how did you feel about how Raffi was treated in season 3?
I didn't know what was going to happen with her, because while they did present her as someone who was on the outs with her family, so to speak, and their biggest complaint was that she wasn't around, that she had chosen the job over them. That was their biggest complaint.
Yeah,
And
right?
I thought it was interesting because I was kind of glad that we didn't have to look at that, but I became a little concerned when she had to go to the club and, kind of like have the substance use. And I thought to myself, this is going to really damage her. How is she going to make it through? Only for Worf to be watching her all along and making sure she's okay. And, suddenly the fact that she had that, let's say this, I'm going to say crack addicted past, or whatever you want to call it.
That's all you can do, because that's how they portrayed it.
Yeah, didn't become so important anymore, because all of a sudden she was already doing undercover work that we were completely unaware of. And the fact that the information was shared by Worf to her family so she could be reconciled with them, and they were proud of her now. Now they were proud of the work she was doing, and it was nothing she could tell them she was doing. She couldn't tell them that would have been a disaster. They wouldn't have understood what she was talking about. But now that everybody knows who she is, I think that certainly, has things in such a different uh, way for her. She has hope of seeing her family now. They want her to be part of their lives again. I think that it was something that was wonderful to see. And it's almost as if seasons 1 and 2 didn't really exist.
I agree. I mean, on every level. I mean, look, what's so funny is the arguments about the fan community. I mean, wow, I've spent the last 2 days. I thought I made a funny joke. I thought it was funny when I said that Starfleet Academy. Here's what I said. I tweeted this out. I said Starfleet Academy is being retooled to add critical alien theory, limitless gender studies, and collectivist utopian theory, and Klingon opera. that was my tweet, and I thought it was a funny South Park-esque satire of academia. I thought everybody would get it. It was just kind of a funny joke. Oh no. There's a certain Star Trek community that, by the way, jumped down my throat. They're like, "You're a racist, homophobic." I'm like, okay, guys. When I say critical alien theory, that's satire. That's not me going, there is no critical alien theory. I'm just referring back to academia now. Oh my God, this tweet, Terry Metalis denounced me because of that tweet. A guy that I've been promoting for 8 months, because God bless you, sir. And I'm like, I understand the people have been coming after him, and I'm like, how can you not look at that tweet and not think it's funny? I'm just like, I thought it was funny, but I've spent the vitriol that people spitted at me is Star Trek fans. It's amazing, but it's a reminder. You understand that, wow, there are people whose entire identities are wrapped up in Star Trek. I was never that way. Star Trek made me form my own identity, but not based around a TV show. It was just an intellectual exercise that I used to make me a better person. But wow, man, it's been interesting, an interesting bunch of days.
Well,
Is
thank you.
it possible that Terry is still hoping or trying to cultivate some sort of, working relationship with Kurtzman, and that because of this Academy, thing, and Kurtzman being associated closely with it, that he perhaps felt you were attacking Kurtzman.
Well, yeah, no, I was. Look. I love Terry, but and anyone. Let me be clear. In the entertainment business, I'm not playing politics very well, and the only reason I'm not playing politics is no one's going to hire me, and I'm not gunning for a job. Look, I love Terry Metalis. I think 12 Monkeys is great. I think he's awesome. I love his wife. I think his son's amazing. He's an incredible father, and he's an incredible talent. But don't think like he's not going to hire me. I've never worked in TV. There's no job that I'm going to get with him. I love Terry. I think he's done amazing, and I love what he's done. But it's like, I mean, my God, when he came out and said, you can be better than this, I'm like, okay, I get it. It's fine. That told me everything I need to know. Like, social media is a comedy space. If you take it seriously at all, and a lot of people do, I do not. I take it as something to be bemused by. And all I need to know from people is on social media. How do you react on social media? Tell me everything you want me to know about you as a person, because it should be a performance space. If you tell me that I should do better, which Terry told me, I'm like, you know what? For 8 months, I've supported your show, buddy, and I love what you did. And if some people on Twitter are getting you your nuts in a bunch, that's fine. But I'm not going to change my opinion. I've been out here. I've been tub thumping for you. I have said why. I got nothing out of it other than you made great Star Trek. That is all I want. That's it. I'm not shilling for a job. But, when he came out and said, I can do better. No, I don't have to do better. The other people have to do better. I've done the work. I've put in the time. I've spent a life in service of Star Trek. You can see it. What I want is people to stand up and go, no, Rob's not a racist, a homophobe, or whatever. The people that say that to me don't know me, and I'll stand up and say, hey, if you feel that way, come on the show. Terry didn't do that. Terry said, do better. He asked me to do better yesterday, to be performative. And I love Terry. I love his wife. I love all that. But you know what? By doing that, he compromised me. And I'm like, that's fine, man. Didn't compromise you. And I never will, because you did a great job. So the real question is, people ask me, was I shilling for Terry Matalas in Star Trek? No. What I was shilling for was great Star Trek. I love Picard season 3. Does Picard season 3 love me? Does it matter? Doesn't. I love Picard season 3. I love what Terry Matalas did. I don't benefit from that at all. I don't gain anything at all. I just love 10 episodes of Star Trek, and it made me feel good. Isn't that great? That's all we can ask. Right?
Well, we have another super chat, Robert.
And I'm sorry. I was like, we're supposed to be having fun. This is all awesome. I'm just saying, but I am so tired. I've spent 8 months of being accused of shit in the last 2 days. And even Terry said, do better. I'm like, do better? I don't know what more I can do. Do better, other than make cool shit and support your show, man. It's all good. Have some puppies.
The Ray Infinity Show sends another super chat for $2. Thank you. The Ray Infinity Show says, First Contact is better than the motion picture.
Oh my God, no.
Oh my goodness.
So out. I'm so out. No. No.
Okay. Well,
I'm scared. You know what? If that's what you think. Okay,
yeah, okay,
fine.
we hear you.
Yeah.
Everybody has their likes and dislikes. I still love Generations, guys. So I know a lot of people don't like Generations.
I will say the box set, the 4K disc, looks pretty great.
And we also have Dan Candy for a $4.99 super chat says, can we welcome Kurtzman to the chat and for being the one vote for Starfleet Academy in the
Oh
poll?
my God.
What is the poll, Robert? What is the poll? I don't know what the poll says. Does it say?
I saw 225 votes, and it looked like 95% was for Enterprise G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why? Because the Enterprise touches your G spot. What's up? I love the fact they finally. I mean, for me, the Enterprise has always been my fetish object. I mean, I've always stroked the nacelles of the models I've built and just run my hands over the superstructure. And finally, they like given me an actual spacefaring starship that's all about the G spot. Something I've sought after my whole life. Sometimes I hit it, sometimes I don't. But when you do hit it,
I have to say that this season was very climactic. It was.
I know, right?
And we have B Skywalker for a $4.99 super chat who says, I love season 3 of Picard. I thought season 1 and 2 was going to be like season 3. It's a shame we didn't get this from the start.
No.
TNG was my favorite.
I'm right there with you. It's kind of like the first time I kissed a girl, I thought I was going to get Picard season 3. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I had to go through season 1.
Rob, you mentioned stroking those nacelles on your models. I had that AMT model of the Enterprise myself, and I was so upset because I could never the weight. It was the early one where it was just the little block pick, and the nacelle, the pylons would just fall off. They wouldn't stay in position.
Well, it's so funny that you had to glue in the actual things with the pylons. It never worked.
Yeah.
The structural integrity never worked.
Yes.
So then you
And
were just left with a big cylindrical object you held up in your hands going, why doesn't this work?
And they're like at different angles hanging off.
Terrible. Just terrible. God bless our modern age.
and Scott Bartholomew for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much again, Scott, for your generosity tonight. Says, Rob, recommendations for reading today's iterations of Trek.
Well, okay, if I understand you correctly, first of all, I would say if you're going to read, like, one of the things that people don't talk about is Star Trek fan fiction or Star Trek officially released fiction. Star Trek has some unbelievable novels. And I would say that two of the, if you're a Star Trek the original series fan, read Judith and Garfield Reeve Stevens' book Prime Directive. And if you are a fan of Generations and want to see two eras come together, read their follow-up novel Federation. So Judith and Garfield Reeve Stevens, Prime Directive, and Federation. They were so good that when William Shatner decided he wanted to write Star Trek novels, he tapped Judith and Garfield Reeve Stevens to write his novels. Now, he gave the ideas to them. He did come up with the whole premise. But that said, 3 of those books are part of Picard season 3. The Ashes of Eden, The Return, and Preserver. And they've been collected into one volume. So if you want to catch up on Star Trek Picard season 3, read Prime Directive, read Federation, and then read the Shatner novels Ashes of Eden, The Return, and Preserver. So, and by the way, they are delicious to read if you're a Star Trek fan. Every single word will, so good, amazing. Check them out.
All right, guys. So you heard it from Robert, the recommendations for what to read for today's iterations of Trek. And thank you, Scott Bartholomew, again for the super chat. And Sam Fisher for the $5 super chat says, what's everyone's thoughts on the YouTube channel Trek Culture? They do a great job just putting up reviews and videos, breaking down Star Trek news.
I'm not familiar with them, I don't think.
I've never heard of them either. But I'm sure they're wonderful. And Sam, we'll try and check them out. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have thoughts on Trek Culture. They're not fans of me. And as a matter of fact, they've actually tried to get me in trouble with the powers that be. I don't have any beef with any Star Trek fans at all. And I would just say that Trek Culture was not happy that people like myself had seen. I would say this: we're all Star Trek fans. I live in Hollywood. I've been here for 34 years. I can see or look at anything I want to. It has nothing to do with you or your. It's just if I want to see a movie or I want to see a screener, or I want to look at an early edit of something. It has nothing to do with Paramount, the studios, or whatever. But I'll tell you something. If you're a Star Trek site calling up the studio that makes Star Trek and complain about other Star Trek YouTubers, I can say this, and I mean this respectfully. I do. Fuck you, you infantile fuckhead. If you can't figure out how to get some shit that you want to see, don't blame other people and don't call the studios and create some beef. You are an infant. That's all I'm going to say.
I wanted to say that I like a channel called Major Grin, and I probably
Oh my God! One of the great Star Trek, Major Grin, who's also nitpicking nerd.
Oh, is he?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. I think Major Grin is like one of my favorite channels just because it makes me laugh every time he cuts something together. He just has fun with it a lot of times, and he's
Oh
the one
no.
that I was kind of laughing about because he said that he thought Jack was what had that anaphasic being in him, and I just like got such a kick out of that. It's like all of a sudden he has this creature that's inside of him that wants to make him have a climax all the time that he's so enamored with, you know. It was just very funny. Major Grin always makes me laugh. And Trek Yards is the other one that I really like those guys.
Yep.
But
Both,
they're not
both,
the only ones.
no, they're great. I mean, Trekkers, those guys are amazing. And Major Grin, aka nitpicking nerd.
So funny.
One of my favorite Star Trek YouTube channels is Nitpicking Nerd. And if you look at the video of they're so insightful. They love and know Star Trek so well. Amazing.
Julian,
Amazing.
did you want to add to that one or?
No,
Okay.
not really.
I don't mean to be intimidating. I'm sorry. I don't.
No. We have another super chat. Gritter Plays for $1.99. Hello, Gritter Plays. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, so should Soji have been allowed to meet Data?
No. Soji is not canon. I should say she's hot as fuck, but I'm like, come on, really? That was so. I'm sorry. Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. I love the actress that plays Soji, but that was so bad. It was so terrible.
And we have a G-Dog for $1.99 super sticker. I can't see what it is. But thank you, G-Dog. You are so kind to do that for us. G-Dog, we hope you are well out there and we hope you enjoyed the episodes. We have the Ray Infinity Show is also a new member here on Network. Thank you, the Ray Infinity Show. We so appreciate it. And guys, remember to check out Robert's after episode show of Picard season 10
Tonight. The Krillin Naskos. I mean, yes. we're talking about, Picard's greatest archaeological possession that has been mistreated throughout the Next Generation.
Oh, is that what you mean? Okay, because I remember he had some archaeological things that he loved.
So here's the thing: the Krillin Naskos was something that Professor Dalen gave him in the 6th season episode, The Chase. It was like a 12,000-year-old ceramic. It's like the keratata. What is it? What is it called? Keratata? It's not keratata. The ceramic in China. The actual. Anyway, so gave him this thing, and in generations it was destroyed, and no one cared about it. So it's basically a Picard artifact that's meant different things throughout Star Trek history. That's why the show is called that.
Is this the same Sean that you had the interview with last week?
Well, no, he was on the show last week. So we've had Terry, and we had Stashwick, and we've had Matt.
So the Tom's thing says you interview with writer producer Sean Tretta. So I think we need to.
That was last week. Last
that's what I thought.
Okay. I'm trying to get some people. I mean, now because of Twitter, people have branded me a racist homophobe. So Terry is a little wary, I think. I'm like, dude, come on, really? I mean,
maybe he'll come around and
Hey, it's fine. I mean, Bill Hunt and I can talk alone. I mean, what's funny is I don't know how many Picard after shows there are on the internet. But I certainly think this channel, the Burnettwork, has provided some of the finest post-Picard commentary on the World Wide Web. I would say to anyone who's made this show, we're not getting paid to do it. Paramount Plus, Bad Robot, or Secret Hideout. I would defy anyone to say that our Picard season 3 after shows are anything other than celebratory of the work that has been given. But oh no, hey, whatever. I'll be a useful pawn, and I continued to be a useful pawn. It's fine. I'll be good.
And everybody, always remember you can join the PGS, become a YouTube member for as little as 99 cents a month, and you can join our member only calls, which is usually twice a month. It's that easy, and consider doing that as well. Gritter plays again for a $4.99 super chat. Says, to be fair, Bad Robot does make the Mission Impossible movies
Okay,
paramount.
that's a fair point, because J.J. Abrams directed Mission Impossible 3. They carved themselves, they're great businessmen. They carved themselves a great deal to move forward. They got a piece of it. Bad Robot has nothing at all to do with the Mission Impossible movies beyond Mission Impossible 3, other than getting money and their names put on it. They are such a bankrupt company creatively. Bad Robot is and by the way, they're Matt Reeves, who made the Batman, part of Bad Robot. Drew Goddard, part of Bad Robot. But my God, those people, J.J. Abrams got $500 million from Warner Brothers. What has he made? Zero. He made zero because he is a fraudulent creator. J.J. Abrams makes something. Why haven't you directed something since The Rise of Skywalker? One of the very worst IP examples in the history of mankind. You wrote and directed that. You destroyed Star Wars. They've never made another movie. My God, J.J. Abrams, your first movie made $2 billion. Your second movie made $1 billion. You lost a studio $1 billion based on your ridiculously, unbelievably incompetent creative choices. Wow. Hyperspace skipping, bro. Remember that. You put that in the lexicon. Just saying.
And we have another super chat from the Tweaky Kid. Hello, the Tweaky Kid. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. The Tweaky Kid says, with apologies to the Reeves Stevenses, who would be great writing it, I don't want a novel growing those seeds planted at the end of Picard. I want a damn series. Kudos to Mr. Metalis. We all want a series.
We're with you there.
We all want this new series so badly. I especially want to see what Jack gets into. He's on board with 7 of 9 and Rafi. Like, this is crazy. This is so great. I want
with the entire Next Generation cast available to show up as cameos or whatever. I mean, the funny thing was, here's what I don't get. And I think that's why they made these dumb announcements for shows we don't want. Section 31, the Kurtzman camp ruined Section 31. They never understood it. And then Starfleet Academy, they're like, adults don't care. And they're like, first loves, rivalries, give me a fucking break. Do you know what you'll say when you're watching a Starfleet Academy a show? When are they going to get into space? They have to actually make a show. And I tweeted out, I'm like, if you're going to make a Star Trek show in college, you must make it the Paper Chase. People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, precisely. Don't do a Star Trek Starfleet Academy show because you aren't smart enough to make a good show out of it. You're going to make some dumb relationship drama CW bullshit show or Euphoria show that's not going to work, and it'll get canceled, and you'll be like, meh. Look, Alex Kurtzman's Starfleet Academy show will be just as good as his Clarice Starling show, which, by the way, wasn't good. and you're doubling down the showrunner for Nancy Drew. You know what? Really? That's what they want to do. Really?
And we have another super chat from David Milana. Is that, I don't know what dollars that
Take
is.
some Benadryl for your secret hideout bad robot allergies, Rob. Don't go into anaphylactic shock. David, I'm not. The fact is, they're not making money. And also, Terry Metalis inherited something they never expected him to succeed. They threw him a bone, and he made it work. Bad Robot and Secret Hideout are terrible stewards of the Star Trek franchise. They have lost money. Their contracts, and by the way, make no mistake, they have not made money. What happens is no one else knows what to do with that franchise, so they keep getting this stuff. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time a Star Trek show since 2017? The last was showcased in 10 IMAX theaters across the US. Was it Discovery Season 1? No. Oh, wait, Discovery Season 2? No. Oh, wait, Discovery Season 3? No. Discovery Season 4? Oh, nope. Strange New World Season 1? No. Did they make IMAX screenings for Prodigy or Lower Decks? No, they didn't. The real question is, why did they decide to do an IMAX showing of Picard Season 3? I mean, you could say that cynically, well, because Rob, it was all the TNG cast. And the answer would be like, yes, because that's what people wanted to see. Everything else, what's Paramount, CBS, Bad Robot, they have made bad Star Trek. They've been making bad Star Trek since 2009. Bad Star Trek that has lost money, and no one put it in an IMAX theater.
Well, thank you, David Milana, for your 137.50. I don't know what denomination that is.
I was looking it up. It says Botswana.
Oh,
Well, thank you for
wow.
that.
Thank you so much for your Botswanian dollars.
Botswana Pula.
By the way, can I just say, that said, thanks for coming here. I love the fact that we are an international community, and I don't.
It could also be the Philippines.
Don't take it personally.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And thank you for your generosity. Captain JT Kirk, how are you tonight? I've been seeing you all these weeks. Captain JT Kirk, following along in the watch parties here for a $4.99 super chat. Sure hope you're well out there. Says, why can't Paramount get somebody to do real Star Trek and still let Kurtzman do his fake Trek so everyone is happy? I agree. I think there's room for both. And it's confusing to me, Robert, because any other time, any other era in TV, we would have gotten both of these things and it would have been fun. And, you know, you could kind of pick and choose. But we're at a point where they're like, well, only one can be made. It's so confusing to me when there's room for everybody.
They honestly, they don't know the difference. If they don't know, and you think they would, no one at Secret Hideout, Alex Kurtzman and company, whatever, they don't. If you were to ask them, what is the difference between Star Trek Picard Season 3 and Strange New World Season 2? They're all Star Trek. What's the difference? They don't know. They don't know. The trailer they put out for Strange New World Season 2, they think that's great. They think that the Star Trek audience are a bunch of adolescent fools who want to see 57-year-old legacy creators denigrated and talked down to or made to look like fools. And they think that that's what the audience for Star Trek wants. I mean, look, they made that trailer. The trailer they dropped for Star Trek Strange New Worlds tells you everything you need to know about the people that own the Star Trek IP. They do not understand it. They do not get it, and they think they're going to turn it into something that is, let's face it, stupid. The Star Trek Strange New Worlds season 2 trailer that dropped today is looking at you and they're going, you're stupid, and you're going to buy into the humor that we don't quite understand, but we've made generically stupid humor at the expense of all of your favorite characters because we want to think you're going to laugh. That Star Trek Strange New Worlds trailer that dropped today is, my God, it is the most offensively dumb and also very revealing example of why the people that currently control the Star Trek franchise are not capable of running it. And I think if I ran Paramount, I would fire all of those motherfuckers and be like, you are wrecking a franchise that has always stood for intellectualism and intelligence. And you are way dumber than our franchise. But they won't, because no one at Paramount knows that that's what the case is.
And we have Patrick Glanville for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Patrick. We so appreciate it. Says, I'm black, but the Afrocentric Michael Burnham really annoyed me. So out of place with the Trek ethos. It really did feel out of place, wrongly placed. Like so much of the writing and entertainment feels like today. So many franchises seem to be getting it wrong. Bill Boudreau for his $4.99 super chat says, just got home from the IMAX LA showing. Oh my God, what a once in a lifetime experience. So amazing. What a voice cameo and what an after credits scene. Bravo. I know Anthony from Six Scale Mafia also was lucky enough to get tickets in Arizona, and he shared that with everybody how amazing it was. You lucky guys out there who got
Yeah.
to see that IMAX showing. I'm very happy for you, but somewhat envious of you for seeing the show in IMAX. What a treat, and how appropriate to see this particular show in IMAX. I don't think I've ever seen a Star Trek movie in IMAX. Personally, I haven't seen one, but boy, I would have loved to have seen these last two episodes. I bet when it was over, you guys clapped in the audience and cheered and were like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like it must have been an amazing thing, Bill and Anthony, you two lucky guys. So glad you're sharing that experience with us. And we have Brad Lake for 1999 super chat. Would you like to read that one for us, Julian?
Can we, Brad Lake says, can we start a crowd fund for a billboard on Sunset with Rob shooting double birds at Kurtzman and Co.?
Thing is, I would do that. I mean, here's the thing that everybody, like any YouTube pundits, whether I know about the business or whether I'm just talking about punditry or just, giving my opinion. What's really interesting is we live in a world where our IPs that we all love are owned by corporations that don't understand them, that don't understand that an IP is not a product. An IP is an intellectual idea that has manifestations of that idea with video games and toys and movies, but it's that esoteric idea that drives the IP. And all of the IP owners, they look at something on a spreadsheet, but no one tells them why the Mandalorian's kind of goofy if they can't take off their armor and take a shower. Because everyone watches the show and we're thinking to ourselves, okay, this is the way. I'm like, okay, I don't know any girl in my life that's going to wear a suit of armor and not take a shower. I'm just saying, don't know that. So when you provide us with a mythology that says that the armor is like, don't take off your armor. I'm like, are you kidding me? You need to wash your hair. I know all girls want to wash their hair. You cannot tell me that you walk around for like months at a time and not wash your hair, which is why it gets a little dumb on that show. And they didn't do something to make me love it. But the fact is, our modern IPs deserve and need great writers, great showrunners, great visionaries. We don't have that. And other people do. Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, great writing. Why is it that science fiction, fantasy, and horror writing, I mean, we get House of the Dragon, amazing. So why doesn't Star Wars have that? Why isn't Disney paying for House of the Dragon caliber writing in Star Wars? Don't we deserve it? The fans want it. I mean, I've never seen a company drivel up. I mean, I know we'll talk about this tomorrow night, but my God, I mean, Lael is the greatest Star Wars fan of all time. He really is. He loves it so much. But it's like, my God, in his deep subconscious, he has to be like, I am fucking pissed. I don't know, man. We all just want great genre and programming. That's all we want is great shows.
Absolutely. And Tom, thank you, Tom, for putting this up there. Guys, do please check out my channel, Positive Fandom. If you guys enjoyed this show and a lot of the other shows that we bring you, I do have my channel. Positive Fandom is my production company, more or less, and my YouTube channel. And of course, part of the Burnettwork here, guys. So I do appreciate the support as well. And B Skywalker for the $4.99 super chat says, "I love Picard and Mando. I would have never thought I'd love Picard season 3 way more than Mando season 3, going off previous seasons of both." You know, that's interesting because you were just talking about this, Robert. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry, but The Mandalorian was never in the same level as many other shows. It was not the greatest show of all time, although it was responsible for bringing a lot of people back into Star Wars in some cases. But it was not at that level of writing that we got with Andor. I think you mentioned that earlier, Julian. Certainly not that level of writing and production value. It just wasn't there. I think that it could have been there, but it wasn't. And, you know, we got a season 3, which I thought was okay. But certainly after seeing Andor, we know we're kind of missing out on, you know, that level of quality that I think maybe we were hoping it was going to get better and better and better. I thought it was okay. I'm not upset about it because it never was on the Andor level for me, nor would I consider it on season 3 of Picard level either. Couldn't touch that. Could I say Andor is like season 3 of Picard for me? Yeah, maybe as good as Star Wars could be, as we could hope it could be, and what we want as fans. But I still think that if we can continue to still get some great programs, even if we get some that we don't care for, as long as we still get the good ones, you know, it's a lot easier to kind of bear through certain things that we don't like as much. Or not our favorites. There are some people in the chat who like Lower Decks. I think it's Donnie Pearson who talked about that. He's not in the chat anymore, but there are some fans of some of the other shows.
Which is fine. I mean, Lower Decks and Prodigy. I like Prodigy.
Yes, Prodigy.
Lower Decks is a show that's all about people who every character on that show is a Star Trek fan. It breaks the entire premise of that show breaks the fourth wall. None of those people would know half of what they know about Star Trek fandom, but it's fine. It's like whatever.
Yeah. Did you guys want to comment about Picard versus Mando?
I think I kind of did earlier.
I mean, I would say, look, the funny thing about Star Wars is everyone wants to love it. And when we live in a world where we're getting shows like House of the Dragon and Better Call Saul, and it's shocking and perplexing when The Mandalorian is not House of the Dragon level writing, because we don't get it. We're like, wait, it's Star Wars. Why is it that The Mandalorian season 3 is a show that Star Wars fans, and I'm one of them, so I know this is true, we are twisting ourselves in pretzels to convince ourselves it's good because we love Star Wars so much. And it's not good. And it's half-baked, and it's so... The last 2 episodes are fine, but I'm like, okay, compare The Mandalorian to the first season of House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon is God level, and The Mandalorian was junior high graduation play version. And the thing is, The Mandalorian should be God level too. The Mandalorian should be one of the best written shows on television. The Mandalorian should have political intrigue, emotional weight. It should inspire. I mean, what we get from Succession is what we should absolutely get from The Mandalorian. And the fact that we are getting writing that is barely up to 6th grade level is problematic. And I don't understand it. I don't understand. God bless. I love Jon Favreau. But I'm like, dude, you and Dave Filoni, what are you writing? You need to be writing Shakespeare, not Yogi Bear. I mean, boo-boo. You have an IGA 12. You walk around. I mean, give me a fucking break. The Mandalorian is such... And I love those guys more than I love Alex Kurtzman, but my God, how much more damage can be done to the Star Wars franchise? How much more damage? They had a great thing going with Grogu and the Mandalorian. I have never seen somebody toss it away, and I don't get it. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Why does Dave Filoni and John Favreau, guys, you're way smarter than this. You cannot tell me that when you watch the edits of these final episodes, you're like, this is awesome. You, the director of Iron Man 1, John Favreau, you, somebody that made Swingers, are you fucking kidding me? And by the way, I'm not going to blame Kathleen Kennedy, but what I do not understand is what is this substandard bullshit we're getting from the Star Trek franchise, or Star Wars franchise. The Mandalorian season 3 was god awful, horribly written. I know Lael's going to be pissed. I understand. Hope springs eternal. But give me a break. From a narrative standpoint, this is lazy, horrible writing. And I don't understand it. I do not understand how does The Mandalorian season 3 get made with those scripts? How does that get made?
It is bewildering that they can put out something like Andor and then put out something like The Mandalorian. It is bewildering to me. Irene Jobson for the $5 super chat. Hi, Irene. How are you? Good to see you. Irene says, I love that Picard 3 is now a verb and a noun. After a prolonged smesh,
next session. We both Picard 3'd.
We did, yes. Irene, I couldn't have said it any better, my dear. Wonderful supporter of these live streams and of the channel. Thank you so much, Irene. So good to see you tonight. No Money G for the $5 super chat. No Money G says, just finished watching. Such a great ending to a great season. Thanks for the after show. Well, thank you, No Money G, for your $5 super chat. We really appreciate it. And Winter Surfer for another $1.99
Thank you, Winter.
recipe. Yes. Thank you so much for this, Winter Surfer. Rewatching DS9 again. RNB, and Julian, you rock. Well, thank you, Winter.
Thank you, Winter Surfer.
We appreciate
Thank you so
that.
much. And I'm so upset we have no more.
And Zod Rider. Hey, Zod Rider. Hope you are well for the $5 super chat. Good to see you, Zod Rider. Guys, check out Zod Rider's channel on YouTube. Says, I recommend a Star Trek graphic novel called Debt of Honor.
Oh,
It ties into the Shatner novels Rob mentioned and the films, particularly Star Trek 3 and 4. Debt of Honor recommendation from Zod Rider. You heard it, guys. Thank you so much, Zod Rider.
Zod Rider is not wrong. That was written by Chris Claremont, he of X-Men fame. Have the oversized graphic novel. It is a great Star Trek story. By the way, you'll read it and you'll say to yourself, did anyone who made Strange New Worlds read this graphic novel? Because it doesn't have to be the same story, but they get Star Trek more than we do. Because everyone sitting in the center seat has a catchphrase. Really? When Kirk didn't, it was all Picard going engage, and now everyone's like, whatever. I mean,
well, Zod Rider recommends
I'll be
Debt
right
of
back.
Honor. Guys, make a note of that. I certainly will. And Dr. Death has become a YouTube member. Hello, Dr. Death. Welcome for becoming a member of the channel. Don't forget, you can, as a member of the channel, go ahead and attend our members only calls, which is every other week. Glenn Mark. Hi, Glenn Mark, for the
Glenn Mark.
550 New Zealand super chat. Thank you so much, Glenn Mark. Hi, guys. Just finished watching the show. Oh, man. Sad to see it go. Yeah, we all feel this way, Glenn Mark. How did Seven engage? This is a good point. I have no idea. I have a feeling she would just do what Janeway might do because Janeway was such a huge influence on her. What do you think, Julian?
I don't know. I've got to watch that whole end sequence again because I was still catching up because of my internet outage, and I was trying to hear it over you guys talking. So it's a little. I'm gonna have to watch it again. But I was like, oh no, we don't get to hear her say it.
No, you really don't get to hear her say it. Like,
yeah, I know. It ends. It's like there goes the ship. You're like, when she's not gonna say it.
And we have Tom Jr. Jackson for a $2 super sticker. Thank you, Tom Jr. Jackson. The super sticker is, and he did send me a message because I can't see what the super sticker is. It's of a bird saying, "Hey, you." Well, hey, you, Tom Jr. Jackson. So good to see you. Guys, Tom Jr. Jackson is our moderator, my collaborator, and friend. Tom Jr. Jackson, so appreciate everything you do here on the channel. And guys, you can join by becoming a member of the Burnettwork for only 99 cents a month. You can join our member-only calls, the squad Zoom calls, which are twice a month. You get to chat with all of us, which is fantastic. Thank you for showing us that. And thank you, Glenn Mark, for the $2.20 New Zealand dollars, saying looking stunning tonight. Thank you, Glenn Mark. That is so kind of you. I really do appreciate you saying that. What a sweet thing to say, Glenn Mark. You're always a gentleman. I do remember that about you, Glenn Mark. Thank you so much. And Zevius, who was already a member, I imagine, became a member. Hey, Zevius, how are you? Zevius, hope you are well. Fantastic artist there, Zevius. We really do appreciate you either renewing your membership or becoming a member.
Zevius did all the artwork for Let's Get Physical Media, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's done incredible. He's an amazingly talented artist. And he did a lot of work for me on a script I'm working on, that I'm still working on. That, Zevius is incredibly talented.
He is really incredible. And thank you so much, Zevius. We always enjoy hearing from you. I hope you are well today. Scott Bartholomew for another super chat, $2. Thank you, Scott. Says, I hope Trek goes hard sci-fi one day. Um, it would be
Don't we
great.
all?
Hasn't it done? I mean,
I feel like it has. And it's so wonderful to feel this way about a season that you don't want to end, but we have to get to the ending so we know what happens, right? That's always good stories. Like when you pick up a good book, you don't want to end it, even though you're ending going towards the last few pages. That's what it felt like tonight for me. Journey's End for the 4.99 super chat says, I honestly wouldn't care what's strange no, Star Trek Discovery and Strange New Worlds did if they just came out and said it was parallel universe. Just admit it's not the prime timeline, and I think there is room for that. Journey's End, as long as we get quality Trek as well. They purport it as a variety, but some of it does feel a little one note. I think they could go ahead and explore and experiment a little bit more. As I said, Michael Burnham didn't need to ride anybody else's coattails. She would have been perfectly fine on her own, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my opinion. Um, Dr. Death for 550 Canadian dollars. Thank you, Dr. Death says Paramount Plus is stupid not to ride this wave. The chemistry between Steven, Jack, and Sydney is there to yes, it is. It's hot. Paramount lost me. PGS got me. Guess I'm an alien phobe. My gosh, the chemistry between Jack and Sydney. Dr. Death, gentlemen, I think we all know what's happening when they are off duty, guys. I think we all know what's going on behind the scenes. I think Jack has got his game on, and he's still trying to chat up Sydney. And
oh my God, Jack and Sydney are they're smashing the fuck out of it. Come on.
And it's like, and he's still trying to impress her because that's his personality, because she's so beautiful, and he's stunned by her beauty and her talent as a pilot.
By the way, don't cancel me. I know I'm old enough to be your grandfather, but Miss Chestnut, I mean, she's hot as AF as far as somebody who's flying a starship.
He's throwing his best game at her every night, guys.
Oh yeah.
And I just love seeing him. And I did love hearing her sister say, "We need to reset our phasers." I love the Trek colloquialisms and idiomatic expressions. That's what I'm calling them, because you need to watch Trek to get the point. Let's reset our phasers. I really like that statement. But it's fun. I think we enjoy this. This is why we watch this show. It's natural for these young officers to be attracted to one another, perfectly natural. And I enjoyed seeing it. Like, we see this in every day. We need to see these interactions that mean a lot, building relationships, no matter what happens between them in the future. They've got each other's back. And that's what's important here, I think, more than anything else for me. Grittier Plays for a $4.99 super chat. You all have been so generous tonight with the super chats. We so appreciate it. Says, do you think if George Lucas still owned Star Wars, we would get a way better Mandalorian show? The answer for me is absolutely not. He needed funding. The only way to make these shows is to have the funding. That's how I look at it. And unfortunately, even if it's not the show we want, we are getting a lot more of Star Trek. I think it would be a very long time before we would even dream of seeing a Mandalorian show. What do you guys think if it was still owned by George Lucas?
George Lucas doesn't know what the Mandalorians are. I mean, honestly, he doesn't. He he created Star Wars and he did all this stuff, and he created Boba Fett or whatever. If you were to ask George Lucas, tell me about Bo-Katan Kryze and tell me about the Darksaber, he would be like, what? He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Julian?
Well, I think it's evident from what, I mean, we have the original series, the original trilogy, and those first two movies work so well together, and then the last movie kind of falls apart, and Empire Strikes Back works despite George Lucas. You know,
He hated that movie. It
Yeah.
almost bankrupted him. He didn't understand it. I mean, what's funny, like, to me, Star Wars changed my life. The original Star Wars and Empire changed those two movies. 77 and 80 changed my life. I was 16 when I saw Return of the Jedi. It was the most disappointing movie I've ever seen in my life. It squandered a universe that was made in two other movies that was so amazing. And it was a film that just went back and retreaded. Are you telling me that you're building a second Death Star that you already saw destroyed once? Why would you do it again? The rebels will destroy it. It was so not. And I know a lot of people love because they saw Return of the Jedi at first, but there's no better thought experiment in life to watch Empire or Star Wars, New Hope, Empire, and Jedi back to back. When you get to Jedi, it's unbearable. The performances, the dialogue, the way it's shot, just terrible.
And then when we get the prequels, and despite what he was trying to tell us, the story he's trying to give us, it was a muddled mess that, you know, there was so many avenues that he took that probably he could have told a better story if he'd taken a different route.
Like any creator, he lost touch with humanity. When you're that popular and you've made Star Wars and Empire, you can't even go to Starbucks and buy a coffee. And he already was questionable. And I've met him a couple times, and he's a wonderful man, but he's not exactly a self-actualized member of the human community. You're not going to be like, oh my God, George Lucas, thank you. Oh my God. He'd be like, well, it's very nice of me. He's not going to be like, oh my God, it's so good to meet you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you love Star Wars. Amazing. No,
Yeah.
George Lucas is like, you know, I'm glad you loved. I loved the movies. I really worked hard on. And this is not a diss.
Yeah, he's so soft spoken.
It's just he's like, you know, it's like this guy. He's like, you know, and he's very smart in terms of the business, but he doesn't understand. I know he made Star Wars. He has no idea why it's good. He has no idea why people love it. He has no idea why it's endured. He understands that Disney bought it for $4.5 billion. He has other thoughts about how to make it, but he also knows that, well, you know, if they're not interested in what I'm doing, I mean, I made the money. I'll be a philanthropist for the rest of my life, and it's fine. No one likes Star Wars anyway more than I do.
You know, and
what can I say?
That's a perfect impression of him. And I'm just glad he made it and that we can still enjoy it. And I have a feeling there's always going to be interest in Star Wars.
Star Wars changed my life. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Star Wars and Empire are two of the greatest examples of cinematic science fantasy ever made. The world building is unparalleled. They're so good. So good. And then they had to make Return of the Jedi.
And Scott Bartholomew, we have about 10 minutes left in the show, guys. Scott Bartholomew for a $5 super chat says, bad weather forecasted tomorrow. Weather Modification Network would be badass. It would be, Scott Bartholomew. And thank you for the $5 and all your super chats earlier, Scott. We appreciate it. And Garo Q, how are you, my dear? For the 1999 super chat. Sure hope you are well, my dear. Says, good morning, guys. Sending love from Miami. Love the finale. Cried, laughed, and cheered. Rob, you were right. It was awesome.
Look, here's the thing. I appreciate that. I just saw something I liked. I wasn't right. Terry Metalis and his collaborators were right. They made it. I just recognized it. I was just like, wow, that's really good. But they're the ones that made it. I was just the first person to see it. And if it sucked, I would have been like, well, that sucked. I was blown away. Terry Metalis and his crack team of collaborators created a great season of Star Trek. It was amazing. Really great.
Caros goes on to say, this season was a love letter to the next generation. It made this nerdy girl's heart full. Caro Q, my heart is full as well. How satisfying was it for us nerd girls out there to enjoy something like this? It's been so wonderful to see how Star Trek really can be when it's done the right way. As far as I'm concerned, this is all we've been asking for. And I just feel so alive with hope for it. This has got to sustain us for a while, possibly. So we're going to enjoy the hell out of this. We're going to keep talking about this season for this entire year, guys. We're not going to let this one go. We're going to live, laugh, and love every minute of this. And you're right, Carol Q. Our hearts have been empty until now. I know how you feel, my dear. Don Candy for the 199 Super Sat says, Rob, could David Lynch have saved Jedi for you?
No. For those of you who don't know, David Lynch was asked to direct Return of the Jedi, and he turned it down. I don't think that would have been a match made in heaven. Call me crazy. If we got the Elephant Man, David Lynch, but I don't think we would have. I think that, and the great thing about David Lynch is you don't want to see David Lynch working for someone else. You want to see him making his own movies, whether it's Wild at Heart or Eraserhead or The Elephant Man or Dune or Inland Empire or Mulholland Drive. You want David Lynch to join up.
Agreed. And finally, we have Glenmark for 550 New Zealand Super Chat. Says, have you guys yet talked about Section 31 movie? We did, Glenmark. And
yes, we're all so excited.
I don't want to end this stream on a sad note. I do want to say that only God knows what's going to happen with that film. I don't think it's ever going to get made. That's just my opinion. I think that they are riding the coattails of Picard season 3 by doing this. So that's how I feel about that announcement. It may not be true, but looking at it from just a pure publicity standpoint, everybody knows what Section 31 is now because it's chatter in every single Picard season 3, and Reddit and everywhere. So every time Section 31 gets brought up, it sends them to the Deadline article. So that's what I think about it. I think they just wanted to bring attention away from Picard season 3. That's how I look at it. I don't know if that's what it is, but that's how I look at it. And with that being said, I just want to thank Julian and Robert for being here tonight. It is 4 hours. One of our longest watch party after parties that we've ever had. It's been such a pleasure. I have to stop the stream because I have to go to work. But I was going to say, everybody in the chat has been so wonderful. Tom Jr. Jackson, moderator, collaborator. We are all goof people. My good friend. Thank you for everything you've done tonight. All of us who hold Star Trek dear in our hearts. This has been a very special season and a very special night. Robert, you were right. This is the cheer. Robert, you were right.
I know it's so funny. People are like, you're the Paul Revere of Star Trek Picard season 3. I'm like, I just looked at Star Trek I liked. Like Terry Metalis made great Star Trek. You can't deny it.
You can't deny it. This has been a beautiful season with so many beautiful things. I'm so grateful to have been part of this community who also loves Star Trek and science fiction and want to see great Star Trek and science fiction. And this is what we got with something that was so extraordinary, so wonderful. And I'm going to keep watching it over and over and over and over and over again because it's so good. I haven't been this satisfied with Star Trek in a long time. I'm going to sleep.
She said.
I normally I'd be going to sleep, but I'm not going to sleep. But I'm leaving this with a smile on my face because it did have a certain sense of climax to it. And I'm not even saying in a sexual way. I'm saying in an emotional
Sure you
way.
are.
Okay, yes, I am
It
saying
had release.
It did have
I
release.
mean, when the Enterprise D penetrated that Borg cube, my God.
It felt good.
So good.
It definitely had some symbolism there. I thought it was beautiful. I thought so much went into making this series just right. And I liked seeing Jake put up everything in his, in his room, where he's going to be. And, Q kind of popping in. It was so nice. Yes, Irene, Picard. Yes, Picard 3'd. I've been Picard 3'd. This has been so wonderful. What a wonderful night speaking to both of you gentlemen.
Thanks for having me. It's so much fun.
It is. It's been such a
Thank
pleasure.
you,
Julian, where can people find you?
Oh, they can find me on Facebook and right here on the Burnettwork.
And of course, guys, you can find me here on the Burnettwork as well, or on Positive Fandom. Sometimes I stream with Lorraine Creel or the 1/6 Scale Man Network. But guys, you can always find me here. Robert, of course, you can find here on the Burnettwork, and all of his contact information is in the video description as well, guys. I just want to thank.
We'll see each other Friday night, right?
We will see each other Friday night, Robert.
Yeah, for Midnight Musings is
I like
and there might be some new information about. I think I found some new talent for the channel that I'm very excited about. That's very different, very different. I mean, by the way, people think that the idea of doing the Burnettwork and having a bunch of other YouTube shows that aren't me is not good. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. I'm all about, I want 12 hours of original programming from all kinds of different people. And I want to give a shout out to Mmmm and Julian for doing these after shows.
Thank you.
And Leanna Creel, who I love, who I've streamed with, and you guys are doing some great stuff. This is a channel, should be a destination channel for anyone, any imagination connoisseurs who love science fiction, fantasy, horror in all of its myriad forms. This is a channel, and by the way, I apologize for my anti-modern Trek discourse, but that's the only thing this channel will always stand against. But we're trying to make great stuff, new programming, new people, new fun. And I want this channel to be a place where fans can come and feel that they're recognized and they can have erudite conversations about, I mean, imagine if someone told you 20 years ago, you can't have erudite conversations about Star Trek. And now you can say, I'm all about the physics of the warp bubble and how it works in the Star Trek universe. And we will give you a show, I promise. If it's that geeky, bring it on.
Agreed. And I do also want to say it's a pleasure being on the network here on the Burnettwork. I enjoy doing all of this. I do want to mention that we have Catherine's Corner coming up, which I haven't premiered yet, but that is coming up. I haven't had a chance to do it. And also that I've been playing Hogwarts Legacy on my channel for the past month, one of the best-selling games of all time, guys. And I'm going to start to play Jedi Survivor coming up. So,
have you got? I can't wait to play that.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing on Positive Fandom. So if you guys want to see me live streaming that, I will be doing that every day. As you guys know, I stream every day, some sort of gaming. So it's such a pleasure. All of you here in the community, the PGS is amazing. You guys,
amazing. We have the best fan community on YouTube. I believe that.
And guys, always live long and prosper. And guys, remember, no matter where you are in the galaxy, always remember to please be kind. Take care, everybody.
Cheers.